Back. It is Guild Wars Tuesday. That means we are in Guild Wars 2.
Guild Wars Tuesdays.
It is Guild Wars Tuesday.
Mukluk,
yes, it is. Did Mukluk get cases of ramen last night? Get cases of ramen? Oh, you mean because it was Mutiny Monday? Yo, I got my butt kicked last night. So I've been, for those who don't know, I've been playing the Rift Breaker every Monday for a long time. And last night we tried doing the radioactive desert map on we set it to brutal difficulty, and then we doubled it. So we used a custom game mode to double the amount of enemies on the highest difficulty. I got my butt kicked. I've been able to do that on a few maps. I have to revisit the strategy board because what I tried last night did not freaking work. It did not freaking work. However, after that, I killed a lot of additional bosses in Black Myth Wukong. Enjoyed monkeying around and having a lot of fun with that game. I heard we're getting No Man's Sky in the future. I did get gifted No Man's Sky yesterday from Eternal Fragment. It's been on the list of games on the game recommendation sheet. By the way, exclamation game rec if any of you want to recommend games you want to see me play for quite a while. And it has a lot of votes on there, but I haven't gotten around to it. But I guess I need to move it up the list in my head. Let's see. Okay. First off, let's get our farm on. Let's get this stuff going. Good morning, all. Good morning, Alice. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I am on the EU servers right now. I'm just gonna do the guild farm and all that stuff. Nothing too major. They're gonna make some guides. Going to check some of the low intensity build videos that I made pre-Janther. Make sure they still work. If they don't, I'm gonna take them down. If they do, I'm gonna edit the title to say that it's Janther approved. And on and on and on. How are the Journeykins not eating Asuras when they see them running around like mice? Well, to be fair, right at the start of the expansion, a Journeykin does try to eat me. And then the bears come up and go, "Hi, I'm a bear. Try using this ability called, does this rag smell like chloroform to you?" And you just keep drugging the cat repeatedly and dragging it all the way back to their camp. So I guess they learned their lesson. It was a weird quest. Sand says, is the stream stuttering for anyone else? Oh man, I freaking hope not. That was on the YouTube side. YouTube side, we looking okay right now. I'm hoping it's just a sand issue. Aku says, what should I spend laurels on? I have 350 at the moment. Man, I haven't spent laurels in, like, actual years. I've got 1,700 myself. There's some nodes you can get for your home instance / homestead if you care about that. If you don't care about that, I think there's some ascended gear you can get. Other than that, if you've gotten everything you care about there are some cosmetic skins, and there's also some, just like bags of resources, which you can just sell for gold. But yeah, if you're ever not sure what to do with the resource, I usually will say, save at least a little bit of it just for emergencies, and then you can just turn the rest into whatever you want. Good for me, working fine, YouTube fine for me. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, I'll just assume it's a sand problem. Mate, how can you use that inventory? Tim Roloffs. Oh my gosh, the first inventory comment of the day. Hold on. Tim, look. Look. There's enough room here to fit your opinion. It's fine. It's fine. It's not even halfway full right now. The bigger your bag, the longer you can wait between cleaning it out. That's it. I worked for 448 inventory slots. I'm gonna use 448 inventory slots. Kind of new to the game. What's the state of the Guild Wars 2 player base? Do they come and go for patches? Constant players? Game healthy? Hello, Ryda. The player base is doing great. We don't have an exact player count, and I will tell you, if anybody tries to just say, oh, hey, here's the Steam numbers, I will point out that the game just went live on Steam, was it a year or two ago? So most of the players of the game are using the standalone launcher, which are not counted in the Steam stats. But it's doing so well that between Path of Fire and End of Dragons, there was like 5 years that they didn't do any new expansions. Like, the player base stayed healthy because it's a great game, even though we thought that they were done updating it. And then they were like, okay, we just got the green light to do an expansion every year. So last year they released Secrets of the Obscure. Just a couple weeks ago they released Janther Wilds, and in another year there's another one. So it's doing so well that they are currently greenlit by the publisher to push out yearly expansions. So it's doing great. It's doing fine. Just got back to yours too over the weekend. After like 6 years away, found your channel through Reddit. Love your content. Keep up the good work. Through Reddit? Oh my gosh, Reddit is such a toxic hive of scum and villainy. I didn't expect any help from them. Well, I hope my content has helped you out. Thank you. I take that back now. Thank you, Tim. Realized they announced they were going to be 1 EG. Someone watched the expansion tier list. The expansion tier list? I haven't seen an expansion tier list, nor have I made an expansion tier list. I would say it would be difficult to do that because it would depend on what you're grading it on. Are you grading it on like the story, the features that came out, you know, the the new class customization options, things like that. Teapot did one? Okay, I haven't seen it. Let's see. Would you still love Chip if he was a journeykin and attacked you? I mean, I might be dead, so I don't know if I'd have any feelings at that point. Teapot did it on personal enjoyment. Because for example, if we say that we're talking about story, 100% my favorite story in Guild Wars 2 was Living World Season 4. Like, it's no contest. There was 3 moments that I distinctly remember in Living World Season 4 where the writing was so good. I was like, oh my god, this is happening. And like, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I got chills. Like, it was so incredible. Okay, let's see if this works today. Alright, so there's that. That's all the farm stuff. Are you farming your home instance rather than homestead? No, I just farmed 4 guild halls. Now I'm in my homestead. Can I do anything to help you get the 100k subs? I would joke like, oh yeah, just go make 5,000 alt accounts. But no, I mean, the main thing is just like, if you see someone that you think could use some of my guides or anything like that, just shoot them a link, point them out to the video in question, and it just keeps going. Thank you. Yeah, it would be cool if that happens. So currently on YouTube, I'm at 94.5 thousand subs. So it is looking like within the next few months, that might happen. And that would be really cool, because then when you get 100k subs, YouTube sends you the play button. That would be pretty freaking cool. Hi Gad, how you doing? Let's see. Alright, that is done. Okay. 5,000 alts, got it. Alright. One of my alts is at the bee jumping puzzle. I might make a guide on that. I need something to make a guide for. I need a project to work on. Noxxi just finished the last video I had in the queue. I gotta record something today for her to work on. Otherwise, I'm just paying her to do nothing. Can't have that. You know, Guild Wars 2 already dropped a new content patch. Hi, Makaicha. Hi, Tabby. Yeah, Janthier Wilds came out a couple weeks ago. Muck, what is the best class for an Assyrian to be? Assyrian? Well, they have colleges. So, I think engineer makes the most sense. I just started to learn Japanese as I might want to move there someday. My god, it's so confusing. Gotta keep going. Just watch all the anime. And then you could talk completely normal to them. Hime-sama. Where's the Jinchuriki? Date bayo. Hi, Muck. How about LI spear builds? Maybe. If I can find... This character is in a box. The prize is me! Let me out. Ow. What? There we go. Okay, I have looted myself from the box. Just say Desu. That's like... What is it? The British just ending sentences with in it? That's like their version of that. Let's see. What? You what, mate? Let's see. Wait, what is this? Synth? What did Synth link me? Warclaw graded Raptor now. It's not just me, right? PvE people with new Warclaw. I don't want to play with you anymore. Wait, what is this? The top comment is, I really wonder why people aren't using it more. And it says, because Mukluk hasn't done a video on it yet. You jest, but there is some truth to this. People simply don't know. It's pretty vague in the mastery and not all reflected in the tooltip. Much like I knew about Jackal being better than Raptor uphill, I didn't know it was faster to flat run. I had to consider the evade as particularly useful. There you go, Muck. If you're reading this, you can have my idea for an in-depth review of each mount's strengths and weaknesses for free. Oh, man. I feel like if I do that video, there will be something I miss, and then I'm going to get yelled at. Yeah, look, I was thinking, is there any reason to have an alt in Amnitas and Skywatch now that the coins have changed? Coins were never the point of it. The reason I had alts there was because of the currencies from Amnitas and Skywatch and Intermayonnaise. And that way, if I wanted to make more obsidian armor, I wouldn't have to run the meta. Because it's like, what is it? Every 200 currency of the those zones is equal to one of the meta rewards. So every few days of an alt parked at a treasure chest in those zones effectively gets you a meta done. 250. Okay, 250. Thank you. So that was the whole point of it. Wait, did I already get the other side? Yeah, I did. Okay. So now for me, there's probably not much point to it anymore. I could probably move them. But in general, the whole point of it was just to reduce how often I had to grind metas if I wanted to do that. Let's see. My Twitch app randomly catapulted me into Noxxi stream, WTF. A scum of hive, a scum, I said that backwards, a hive of scum and villainy. Did or will you do decorations in your homestead? Noxxi needs something to do as of an age since you've done overly edited funny moments. Yeah, most of the funny stuff that we've gotten, we've turned into, like, individual videos, like 1 minute long videos. We've been testing the algorithm to see if, like, a 10-minute long video is better or many 1 minute long videos are better, things like that. You know, hold on a sec. Do I still have a Bladesworn build on this character? I do, on this naked guy. Hold on a sec. I want to see, there's been a bug with Bladesworn for ages. I want to see if it's still active. Is there anything I can do to fill the flow bar so I can go into Dragon Trigger right now? Hold on a sec. Where's that? Is it flow stabilizer? Yeah, it's still bugged. Look at it. Do you guys see this? There's a blinky square that's off center on these buttons. If I have to see it, y'all have to see it. Look at this thing. I'm pretty sure this has been like this since the Bladesworn was added in End of Dragons. That drives me nuts. Like a pirate with a steering wheel belt buckle. It drives me nuts. Alright. Unplayable. I know. It's like the Untamed had this green hue over their health circle, and it was like off. It was like a few pixels to the left for a long time. They recently fixed it. What would a Bladesworn be without their honor squares, right? Hirokana, I thought, okay, yeah. So I actually, I needed an extra class in literally anything to finish my associate's degree in college. And I took like intro to Japanese. And I went in there, chat, I just thought it would be kind of cool. I went in there and it was like, if I was like a little, oh wow, I don't know. Okay, my game's crashing, wonderful. Just a second, I'm gonna reconnect. If I went into this class and I was like, oh, this might be cool because like, you know, Japan seems like a neat place. Maybe I was like 1% weeb. Everyone else in there was like 250% weeb. And I remember they were call and roll on the first day. And she's like, yo, doing attendance. And everyone was like, hi, and stuff like that. And I was like, wait, they're already speaking Japanese. Did I miss a day? And then, like, she calls me, and I'm like, I'm here. Everyone's already talking Japanese. Did I miss a class? This is the first one, right? And, like, they all laughed. Someone called me a baka. And then the teacher's like, yeah, they're just doing that. This is day one. And I'm like, okay. You know, I was really concerned. And then we learned hiragana. And dude, I made like, you know, flashcards for myself. And I like, did drills and stuff. And I learned all of that. I learned the hiragana, which for those of you who don't know Japanese, it's the alphabet, okay? It's their alphabet. So I learned that. And then after doing that, I found out that katakana exists, okay? Katakana is literally the alphabet again, but every letter has a different symbol. Imagine, if you're English speaking, if you're not, you don't understand me, so never mind. Imagine you learn the entire lowercase alphabet for English, then you find out there's capital letters. You have to memorize a new shape for every sound when you get to katakana. And I was like, dude, I felt betrayed. I was like, this is bullshit. How dare they have a second alphabet with the same noises? This is crap. You know, and I was so mad. And dude, it broke me, and I just like phoned it in the rest of that semester. Dude, I barely got a passing grade because I just was like, this is crap. And then after katakana is like kanji, and kanji is like, you know, it is like one symbol, and it'll mean like, you know, eat at McDonald's, try the new Big Mac for $5.99, you know, whatever. It'll be a whole sentence in just one crazy symbol. You know, and that's why people are like, oh, you know, my name is Flying Swan. It's written like, you know, gust from the northern wind. And that's because it's like, you know, just this crazy pile of symbols. And like, you know, hiragana and katakana, there's like 20 something of each of those or something like that. Kanji, there's like, you know, 10,000 different kanjis. You like never stop learning kanjis. So whereas like an English word is just like all of the letters together, and you could maybe sound it out, but you know, English is friggin' like 5 languages in a trench coat. If you're looking at like something written in kanji, your hiragana and katakana knowledge doesn't help at all. They don't help at all because they don't write it out like that. It just does not. Your camera is too far to the right. That's where it should be, right there. This channel is a Warhammer 40k channel with Gilwer Sue sprinkled in. Last Warhammer 40k we did, I think, was Friday morning. Okay, this one. Good afternoon, Mug Chat. How goes? How goes? Do a video on the crew side quest. It would be a pain. Like, I did part of it by accident, so I can't record the whole thing. Do you have an alt part in the hidden guard or live for that? Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna do a little video on this alt parking spot. And I'm gonna do this from the beginning in order to get this whole thing recorded. Okay, so let's go down here. And what the heck? Oh, Blishhead's not open. I'm sitting here trying to use my mount thing, and it's not working. Give me just a second. I'm tabbing out. Yep, I'm sure. Excuse me? There we go. Okay. Alright. And here we go. Okay, so... Marker. Okay, future Noxxi. I'm gonna do a little guide here on how to do an alt part at the Queen's Confidence jumping puzzle. So first, I'm going to show how to get there. So first off, here is a map of Janthier, and here is this waterfall, and we are going to go underwater here, and we are going to swim through this tunnel. Put. And swim up here. Okay. And we're going to use prototype position rewinder because I am a gamer. And get up here. Are you for real right now? What? There we go. Holy crap. Too short. Yeah, man, my little legs. Rewind. Okay. Noxxi, cut that part out. Keep the struggles in. No, just running up here is going to be on like ×2 speed or something. There we go. Okay. 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 Okay, so, Nox, there are 3 named bees. There's one there, Beavis, there's Combs, and there's Honey. Now, they will change locations each day. So we are going to get up here. And this is where we park the character. Now, you have to talk to them in alphabetical order. So B, then C, then H. So I'm going to make a prototype position rewinder point here. And today Beavis is here. Talk to him. And Combs is here. Talk to him.
You hear that, Wayfinder?
And rewind. And make another save point. And talk to Honey. And then the chest will open. And we're going to get a bag. And I am going to change equipment template, which will use the rewind, even though it's on cooldown, lol. And park the character back up here. And the bag that we get is going to have, you can show the loot over here, Imperial Fragments, Unidentified Gear, a Mersot Runestone, and this yellow item. There we go. Alright, so, we are getting daily income of Mersot Runestones, which are probably going to be used for legendary crafting later on. Currently, they're 75 silver each. Alright, here I thought it was a guessing game. Nope, it's alphabetical. Look what a regular size bee have. What's up, Captain Crabface? Let's see, I was 8 years old. Alright, so now I just need to write a short script and voice it, and then give it to Noxxi with this footage. Easy. So what is the name of this jumping puzzle? Is it just the Queen's Confidence jumping puzzle? Is that it? Let's see. Let's see. Here, and this is a quick guide to a profitable alt parking location in Janthier Wilds. And let's see. It's called the one I hate the most. Check the achievements. Is it Queen's Confidence? I mean, there's a lot of achievements. I need something to search for. Queen's Confidence? Let's check the wiki. GW2 Queen's Confidence. Queen's Confidence jumping puzzle occurs here. It's on the wiki as Queen's Confidence jumping puzzle. Excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me. Okay. Let's see. And this is a quick guide to the Queen's Confidence jumping puzzle, which is also a decent alt parking location in Janthier Wilds, which provides daily income of, what's the name of that item again? Mersot something something? Mersot Runestones. Mersot Runestones used in future legendary crafting or sold for cash on the trading post. Okay. Can you make a video with all the places to park alts? Exclamation daily. And if you're about to ask me for, like, new ones, this is the only new one I have for Janthier Wilds. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. To get to the jumping puzzle, start here in Janthier. Wait, hold on. What is the name of this map? Lowland Shore. Start in Lowland Shore, west of, what is this called? Exorhaic Falls. Exorhaic Falls. At the top of this waterfall, there is an underwater tunnel. Go through it to reach a large underground hive. There, a word of warning: don't hit the queen unless you want to fight for your life. Unless you are sure you want to. There we go. Okay. Climbing the puzzle is simple enough, but I highly recommend using the prototype position rewinder or a mesmer portal. So if you make any mistakes, you can snap back to the top. This is also extremely useful, as you will see in a moment. Let's see. If you need a guide on getting the prototype position rewinder, I'll include a link to that in the description. Noxxi, please show the thumbnail for that video here. Okay, and since Noxxi is the embodiment of green, we're just gonna make that green so I don't read that out loud. Okay. Once at this top B, let's see. Let's rephrase that. There are 3 named bees in this room that are of note here. What was it? Beavis, Combs, and Honey? Yeah. Beavis, Combs, and Honey. You need to speak to them in alphabetical order. So first Beavis, then Combs, then Honey. They will randomly change positions each day, so they can be in, they can swap locations from the day before, from the last time you saw them. Make a save point with your rewinder at the top, or mesmer portal, and glide as necessary to talk to the 3 of them in order. After speaking with all 3 in the correct order, the chest in the corner will unlock, allowing you to loot it. It will contain a loot bag, which will always have a Mersot. I forgot the name of that item again. LOL! Mersot, Runestone, plus some other items, Rewind again to park, rewind or portal back up to park your character again for the next day. A little trick for those with the rewinder: if you change equipment templates, no, not equipment templates. Is it build? What's the one on the right? Build template. If you change build templates, you will rewind, even if rewind is on cooldown. A weird trick that is rarely useful, but it helps here since you sometimes rewind twice in a row to get this done. If you have a parked alt, understand the spawn locations for the 3 bees, and have a rewinder, this process takes less than 15 seconds a day. and gives you that sweet Mersat runestone income. All right, there we go. Who is that? Noises. Laundry and Atomic Ant. Welcome back. Thank you, guys. MuklukYoutube, so I thought it'd be original. That's where the fourth is the Johnson Vessels, the third because all of you to the left. Hope you enjoy us. Entertainment is on the way. Cricket the speakers. Don't touch the speakers. Giveaways every week. Please take a seat, but you'll all at the edge. Important. Alphabetical order does not work in German. Oh, okay. Let's do this. Speak to them in alphabetical order in English. So, there you go. I added in English. There you go. If they're bilingual, then they will just need to, if they're watching my guide in English, they're going to understand that it's Beavis, then Combs, then Honey. If they speak another language, they'll have to just memorize Beavis, then Combs, then Honey. Tokizo, what is Beavis in German? I bet it sounds violent and funny. Okay. Is there going over to One of them is Sabinchan? Sabinchan? That's Japanese. Alright, how do I want to end this video? This is a... Beavis in German is Butthead. I don't think it does. Is there a point in getting another exotic armor set than Invaders? Because it's so cheap and easy to get. Invaders? What is Invaders? Each one can be in one of the 3 locations they're in. Right, they can swap locations. Holy Hydration, the mystery word in your Eminem impersonation was Bartholomew. Mukluk Douglas Bartholomew Reginald Esquire. Yeah, I just thought of something. Hold on, I got a little story for you guys. Hang on. Let me pull it up here. Okay, listen to this. Listen to this. Okay, so back when I was in tech support, I made a friend. His name is Chris. He is awesome. We get along great. We have played Dungeons & Dragons together. We have hung out with each other outside of work. Now, back when I worked in tech support chat, I decided one day I was going to try streaming. And that night, I streamed Divinity Original Sin 2. And that was my very first stream. And I was like, wow, this is really fun. I'm going to keep doing this as a hobby. And I started streaming a couple of hours per night after work. Once upon a time, okay? Some months down the line, I had streamed Divinity Original Sin 2, Grim Dawn, Divinity Original Sin 1, Pillars of Eternity, many RPGs, essentially. Chris at work, he's like, hey, didn't you used to play Guild Wars 2? I was like, yeah, I did. I played it at launch for a few months. It was really fun. And I eventually, kind of exhausted the content and I moved on to other things. I know they had an expansion. I haven't played it since then. And he's like, hey, I think they've had 2 expansions since you last played, Heart of Thorns and Path of Flames or something. He's like, I think you might enjoy it now. I saw this one build online that reminded me of how you like to play, and he sent me a link to Wooden Potato's video on the Million Minion Reaper build, which was a bug, and you could have a million minions. So he totally takes credit for all my success as a streamer in playing Guild Wars 2, because he's the one that put the bug in my ear that I should reinstall it and try it again. Okay, that was Chris. And anyway, he messaged me the other day and said, I figured you'd get a kick out of this. Now, I don't work at tech support anymore, but we still chat. And he's like, so yesterday I was talking to one of my teammates about the new Guild Wars 2 expansions, and casually I was like, yeah, I was talking to my friend Michael, brain fart, and she goes, wait, Muck? As in the Mukluk? The Mukluk? And he's like, yeah, he's a good friend of mine. And she's like, oh my god, I love that guy! Mukluk Douglas Bartholomew Reginald Esquire, etc., 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 etc. And he's like, she just hit him with the full name right in the face, and he's just like, yeah, I freaking know. And I was like, did you tell them you're the entire reason behind my success? And he's like, maybe. Yeah, he's just like, Douglas Red. I know. Shut up. That's it. That's the tale. He told me from his he's working at a different like tech place now, and he messaged me that.
So curvy.
I was the reason he got famous, you know. Gosh. Let's see. Does he demand royalties? Oh yeah, every chance he gets. And in case you didn't know, the game has a toggle language option. You can assign a key to under Miscellaneous. It's really handy if you want to look up how an item is called in English and you want to know how to get it, because the German wiki is not doing a lot of things. Interesting. I didn't know that. Obviously, as a, you know, I have a huge amount of respect for people that can speak multiple languages, because I can only speak one. As someone that only speaks one language, I don't know about, like, issues and stuff like that related to the other languages with this game, except when you guys tell me. Okay. If you change built-up lines, you're on. Let's see. And that's all there is to it. If you have any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, put them in the comment section down below. And I'll fight you there. I don't, you know, usually in longer videos, I'll be like, yo, here's a plug to the patrons. I'll like be like, hey, like and subscribe. This is such a short video. I feel kind of weird doing that. Okay. All right, so let me mute the in-game sound for a second. All right, so this is for Noxxi to have like the audio of it. All right, here we go. Let me pause alerts for a second. All right. Hey gamers, Mukluk Douglas Bartholomew Reginald Esquire the Fourth here, and this is a guide to... Already making a mistake. And this is a quick guide to the Queen's Confidence Jumping Puzzle, which is also a decent alt parking location in Janthier Wilds, which provides daily income of Mersot runestones used in future legendary crafting or sold for cash on the trading post. To get to the jumping puzzle, start in Lowland Shore, west of Exoheric Falls. At the top of the waterfall, there's an underwater tunnel. Go through it to reach a large underground hive. A word of warning, don't hit the queen unless you are sure you want to. Climbing the puzzle is simple enough, but I highly recommend using the prototype position rewinder or a mesmer portal so that if you make any mistake, you can snap back to the top. This is also extremely useful, as you will see in a moment. Noxxi, if you can show my character going from the bottom of the jumping puzzle up to the top on like really high speed with maybe some elevator music or something. If you need a guide on getting the prototype position rewinder, I'll include a link to that in the description. Please show a thumbnail of that video. There are 3 named bees in this room that are of note here: Beavis, Combs, and Honey. You'll need to speak to them in alphabetical order in English, so first Beavis, then Combs, then Honey. They will randomly swap positions each day, so they can change from the last time you saw them. Make a save point with your prototype position rewinder at the top or a mesmer portal and glide as necessary to talk to the 3 of them in order. After speaking with all 3 in the correct order, the chest in the corner will unlock, allowing you to loot it. It will contain a loot bag, which will always have a Mersot runestone plus some other items. Rewind or portal back to the top to park your character again for the next day. A little trick for those with the rewinder: if you change build templates, you will rewind even if rewind was on cooldown. A weird trick that is rarely useful, but it helps here since you sometimes rewind twice in a row to get this done. If you have a parked alt, understand the spawn locations for the 3 bees, and have a rewinder, this process takes less than 15 seconds a day and gives you that sweet Mersot runestone income. And that's all there is to it. If you have any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, put them in the comment section down below, and I will fight you there. There we go. Those thoughts. Okay, so really quick, just for Noxxi, there's that. Okay, so here's this, and Noxxi just showing you, so like if I jump down, and then I hit the rewinder, okay, and then I make save point so it's on cooldown, and then I go down here, and I can then right click on this, come on. What? Am I in combat? Well, this is unfortunate. I hope I can rewind. Hang on a second. You are in combat, yeah. Okay, 1 second. I don't know how I got in combat. I didn't hit the B. Someone else hit the B? Why is she mad at me? I'm a good boy! Alright. Let's see. Prototype. Alright, do this. Alright, and then here's me gliding. Right-click on... Currently unable to change... Am I in combat again? What is going on in this room right now? I'm not in combat with a bee. This is really weird. Someone said a bee spawned the fire AoE on you in the air. Alright, let's just do this without gliding. So, here's this, and then I'll do this again, and then boop, and there we go. Okay. Good God. Alright, so there's a visual aid for that. Alright. Doing the JP would be faster. I mean, not if this works. That was really weird. Is there anything else? Hold on. I am skimming the script to see if I need to provide anything else for Noxxi. Oh, I need a talking animation for the dude. Let's see. I'm gonna do this. The bees be like, how dare you? Yeah, you came to the wrong neighborhood, buckaroo. Look at that guy. Look at that guy with the rewinder in his hand. He knows what's up. Go away. Go away. That's what I thought. Alright. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get away with doing a talking animation here. I will say the colors on my character are, like, really weird. Is it just the lighting? I guess, okay, so I think the middle of the room, like, that light source, if I'm looking at my guy from any other direction, it looks really, like, faded. Put the queen in the shot. Let's see what we can do here. I was trying to just get, like, a lot of honeycomb and stuff in the shot. Alright, this might do. Alright, so... let's unsheath that. And then... let's wave. Let's talk. Alright, so gonna get like 10 seconds of talking animation from different camera angles. Yet not let Noxxi color correct. No, don't want to give more work. Alright. I just realized he's like floating in the air. If I have the camera angle from below, that looks dumb. Oh, great. Awesome. That broke. Okay. The Janither update messed up some colors. My crossbow pistol is supposed to be black and gray, but since the patch, it's changing color with my character's dyes. It's a feature. Some people would love to have dyeable weapons. Alright, that should be sufficient for such a short video. Okay. As always, Noxxi, you're awesome. Thank you. Let me know if you need anything I failed to provide. Alright, there we go. Done and done. Okay, so I will send her that later on. And let's deposit all of this stuff. And that part character is complete. Okay, where is... did we already do this one? I don't remember if I did this one. Let me double check. Honeycomb infusion would be cool. I mean, there's a queen bee infusion in the game that's basically that. That is essentially a honeycomb infusion. It leaves like a honeycomb trail. Quick way to tell if you're in combat. Look at your utility slot skill bar. If you're out of combat, it has a little caret icons above each skill. In combat, those disappear. And now you know knowing half the battle. Yeah. Also, honestly, the thing I usually use to see if I'm in combat is the whether or not there is like this is crossed out. However, in jumping puzzles, it's often crossed out because they block mounts, so that didn't work. Did you ever meet Noxxi IRL? Noxxi's on like the opposite side of the planet from me. No. Like, considering I don't go outside, that's pretty far away. No. I have not.
I don't know what to do.
Hi, Eternal.
So I'll just eat some snacks to get real fat.
Speaking of Eternal, a certain Eternal sent me No Man's Sky yesterday. I guess he's expecting me to play that now. So that's something I have now. Okay, let's see. We're done in here. Gross. Stinger says gross. There you go, Eternal. 100% of the feedback is just gross. Missed a lot. Is there a way to remove the confirmation windows for good? Confirmation windows for what specifically? Oh yeah, I did that. You already forgot. You gifted me some like 1,000-hour long game and you already forgot. I mistyped country and my message got blocked. I mean, I hope you didn't leave out the O. Much reads YouTube chat poggers. Of course I read YouTube chat. I try to read both chats, but if things get moving too fast, I miss things. Such as when you buy fractal keys. I don't know of a way to remove the confirmation window from that activity completely. We'll expect you to play No Man's Sky. Eternal just did the good dude. I can teach you one random tip I know related to that, though. Did you know that you can click in this box right here? And I'm just dragging the mouse up and down right now. So, like, if you want to buy max keys, you can just, like, click, whoop, and just drag it upward. That's one I've noticed a lot of people don't know about. But confirmation box, I don't know of a way to remove that. Do you have any Soto Leggies? Soto Legendaries was Obsidian Armor. I made one piece of it just so that I could make a guide on how to get it. So yeah, I did make a piece of it. I already had full Legendary Armor before that though, so I didn't need any more. Some items have checkboxes now to never show them again. That was added in Janther. I don't know that I've seen any of those items. Having done no crafting, what would you recommend as the most versatile, useful crafting discipline to level up? Depends on the class you play. For example, a ranger uses leatherworking to make their armor. But leatherworking, armor smithing, and tailoring, which is the 3 armor making disciplines, also make bags. So having one of those to make bigger bags is really useful. You don't have to do it on your main character, but you want to have it done on one of your characters. Additionally, there are some disciplines like jewel crafting and chef, which can be useful on your account, but can be on whoever. And then maybe like a weapon crafting thing for the weapon type you like. For example, a huntsman makes longbows, but a weaponsmith makes an axe. An artificer makes a staff. So it depends on what you use the most. How long overall does it take to craft the Obsidian Legendary Armor? I didn't time it, but I'll tell you the activity takes a while. Obsidian is the only Legi armor that you can basically just grind for it solo. The trade-off for that is it takes a really long amount of time compared to raid armor, which requires 10 competent people. Is Obsidian armor, you could just do it a little bit a day and you'll eventually get it done, but it takes a long time. But I spent the first week or two making, what was it, the boots? I made a piece of it, and then I was like, okay, I made a guide, I'm good. Do you think the spear from AV will be precursor for the spear, Legi, and Janther? No, I don't. Because it did not say this item is a precursor on the item, and lots of people have already done the Mystic Forge recipe to change the stats on it, which, they lose the spear if they do that. And they would have 1 million support tickets open up if they did that. Like, I'm not opposed to them doing that, but they would need to announce on the front end that they did that. And I have not seen any official posts that Falling Star Spear is a precursor. I've only seen rumor mills about it from other players that don't work at ArenaNet. So if someone shows me an official post where they said that it is, then I'll believe it. Until then, I don't believe it. Do you feel like additional healing skills from staff on Chrono could ever outweigh the usefulness of Scepter and Shield? I think it would depend on the game mode. I don't main Chrono, so I cannot say. I'm wondering, do you mean the additional heal skills on Spear? Because I'm pretty sure Spear got a new heal skill. But as far as the usefulness of Scepter and Shield, I think it depends on the game mode and it depends on the fight. For example, if you're a Chrono and you're tanking Deimos, you need a block to be able to survive his big boom attack. So Shield wins for that. You know, some of them are pretty cut and dry. Others, it's going to depend on the encounter. Muck, you are legendary. What is your precursor? I mean... Dude, ramen. So far in Janthier, anything that is used to craft a legendary says so on the item itself. Yeah, like Mursat runestones say that. Oh, I haven't done the... Hold on a sec. Where is it? Harborstone. Falling Star is locked behind a paywall. Would never be a precursor. A paywall? If you mean Falling Star requires like a certain expansion to access the Wizard's Vault, there's lots of legendaries that require a certain expansion. I don't think that alone is a reason to say that it's not a precursor. I think it's not a precursor because it's not labeled on the item, and they didn't do that on the front end, so they would have 1 million tickets if they changed that. Don't you need to do tier 3 rifts for the Legi armors, and tier 3 needs a group? You can join public convergences, which, you know, you can just join those. They happen every couple of hours, and you can just run in there and unga bunga and not really know what you're doing, and you're going to get essences of all 3 rift types. Now, obviously, it's better if you know what you're doing. It has a higher chance of success, but you'll still get it. So it's still possible to get it done. I think he means because it will be gone with a seasonal update. It's not going to be gone. It's going to go into legacy rewards, almost certainly. It's just going to go here. Ramen Gift of Mastery, Mystic Tribute, 250 Wizard Hats in the Forge to make the legendary Mukluk. Fallen Star is a precursor since when? Since never! It's not! I'm explaining why I don't think it's a precursor. Doing convergences before doing your rifts, you get a buff for convergences that increase essence drops. Can't you block Deimos' big attack with Mesmer Scepter 2? Is Scepter 2 a block? Again, I'm not a Mesmer main, so you're probably right. But the point is, they said, should I use Spear or Scepter Shield? So you're not going to use the Scepter without the Shield, I don't think, in that situation. Anyway, that was the correlation he asked. Do you need the clone gen from Scepter and having flexible offense useful? Now if you get Ascended Armor weapons in the vault, do you still need crafting? Crafting is useful for many things. Crafting is used to make Generation 2 legendaries. It's used to make precursors for Gen 1 unless you just want to buy them. Again, like, you know, although you might not need tailoring to get Ascended Armor because you can get it from the Wizard's Vault, you can use tailoring to make 24 slot, 28 slot, and 32 slot bags. So, you know, because of the bag reason, it's still very, very useful. Crafting also gives you 10 levels from maxing up to 400. I recommend you know what you are doing because if Umbriel spawns, you're mucked. Umbriel spawns? What? What are you talking about? Gen 3 bacon? Gen 3 bacon. The Falling Star Gauntlet and Spear are honestly so nice as a Journeyman Guild Wars 2 player. Yeah, it's a pretty easy quest, and that Mukluk guy made a guide for it, so it's even easier now. Guild Gen also has a written one if you prefer that. Let's see. Next thing, I think is the LI guides. Let's see, LI... Is it LI builds? There we go. Okay. I think I checked 3 of these last time. One sec. You're gonna hear it autoplay. Hey everyone! Janthier approved. Okay, yeah, that one works. Alright, so... Herald? I think is the next one I need to check. Hey, everyone. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's the one I just put at the jumping puzzle. Oh, God, I'm gonna have to put him back there later. Did you see the rewards for repeating the heart quest in Janthier? No, I haven't. I have not. I can't remember the Falling Star text like a precursor, like the Valkyrie, Berkin Warhound, or the Standing Stone's Timepiece that you can buy in the near future. Are you doing... Oh my god, I want to show you something that drives me absolutely freaking bonkers. Hang on a second. Alright. This is my chat window for YouTube chat. This heart here, which I can go, oh, and everybody sees that, so they know that I'm really excited. It's blocking words. So it's like, are you blank doing your LI builds? And I'm like, what did he say? And are you redoing your LI builds? Okay. So like, I'm constantly like triple glancing at YouTube chat because that stupid heart. Anyway, you can disable it from the drop down. Where?
Far from it. Looks like
Reactions?
kids work, but we were taught as cubs.
Thank
Second
you.
nature to the bear.
Okay, now I can see what you said. Are you redoing your LI builds? So okay. The first thing I'm doing is I'm testing them to see if they still work. And then if they still work, I'm just putting Janthier approved in the video title and like penning a comment. Because there's no need to re-record the video if it's still fine. If it doesn't work anymore, I'm changing the title to warn people this is like, you know, archive and don't use this. So we did last time, we checked the Mechanist, what was it, the Low Intensity Mechanist, Deadeye, and Spellbreaker. So going to check a few of these now and see if they're still good. So going to head over here, and this was Low Intensity Quick Herald. So let's go in here, try this out, see if it's... So I'm basically going to try playing it the way I said you can in the video and see if it still works. If anything has changed to break that, then we shelf this guide and record something else in the future. That is one of the cons of video guides, is if one thing goes out of date, you're like, do I re-record the whole video? Okay, so let's go through here, and what is the stats? Okay. There's Greatsword, Staff with Force and Impact, and... Wait, no, Force and Air. And Force and Air on the Greatsword. Okay. Okay, and then Staff with Force and Impact. Okay. Alright. Oh, I need to unpause that. Thank you! Appreciate that, Lady Luck. Let's see. Relic of the Thief. Okay. Full Berserker stats with Runes of the Scholar. Scholar. Oh. There we go. Runes of the Scholar apply to all items. Why is my playing Rev? I'm checking an old low intensity guide I made to see if it's still valid or if I should take it down. That's it. Alright. That is all fine. Alright, back to here. Where is the build itself? Okay, so we got red thing, bing, 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 that thing, bing, 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 and bing, bing, bing. Okay, I don't think I've played this character since I made this video. So this is all fine. Okay, alright. What was the instructions I gave people on how to play it? As normal. Gameplay. Press Greatsword 2 and 5 every time they light up. If you are in Dwarf stance, use Vengeful Hammers. When your energy gets low, swap to Assassin and immediately activate Impossible Odds. When your energy gets low, swap back to Dwarf stance and use the hammers again. Repeat. Overall, this rotation is using 4 buttons. With full boons, conditions, and a generic birthday cake buff, we're looking at over 30k DPS average. Remember, it goes... Okay, so that's that. Alright, so... He said with birthday cake buff. So, there's that. Golem spawner, spawn a golem, average enemy, additional options, add conditions, all conditions, please spawn, and
use the console to begin
adjust
combat
self,
testing. If you
add
have any
boons,
inquiries, come speak to me.
and all, okay, all right. Hi there, appreciate the guides. It definitely helps navigate through the madnesses Guild Wars too. Hey, thank you for the kind words and the sub to support Lady Luck. I really appreciate that. Welcome. All right, so let's do a little DPS test here. Like him, thank you for the Prime sub, welcome. DPS has definitely fallen down a bit. But absolutely still a viable build. Definitely not 32k. Yeah, it's definitely not. Although part of it is, I think from 75 to 50% of a target's health, revs do less damage. They have traits that boost their damage when they're above 75 or below 50, which is really weird. So when it gets below 50, the damage is going to start ramping up again. So because of that, I'll continue the test for now. And although I could recommend people use Spear, I am anticipating it's going to get hit with a Nerf bat really hard soon. They nerf Greatsword and buff Sword. The ally build could use Sword. I think Spear will still be solid post nerfs. It's just so strong right now. Yeah, right now, support Revenants are doing more damage than any pure... Like, support Revenants with Spear are doing more damage than any non-support pure DPS was doing before Spears came out. Alright. So I ended up with 22. Okay, so... Yeah, and then in the past, this is what it looked like. Peaking at 46,000. And this one, we peaked at 34,000. Let's see.
Goes higher above 80% and below 50% of the target's health. If you...
Wait, hold on. Above 90, below 20. Wait, what? Do 20% more damage when they're below 50% health. No. It's below 50, you do 20% more damage. And if they're above 80. So above 80 and below 50. That's when you do 20% more damage. Above 80% and below 50%. Okay, one sec.
You swap the last rate and Herald to the top option. This exact same rotation will now provide quickness to your party. Performing the same rotation described before with the same boons, conditions, and food buff will net you about 26,000 DPS.
I was doing the quickness thing. Okay, so went from like 20. Okay, so it was like 26 to 27k for quick Herald. Went down to like 23. Okay, so that's not as extreme as we thought it was. Hold on, what was the trait?
Most of these traits offer passive bonuses. A couple are worth pointing out. Unsuspecting strikes and swift above 80% and 50% health and Herald. Traits are 2 and 5 every time they light up. For in Dwarf Stance, use Venture, swap to Assassin, and immediately activate impossible odds. When your energy gets low, swap back to Dwarf Stance and use the hammers again. Repeat. Overall, this rotation is using 4 buttons. With full boons for passive bonuses, a couple are worth pointing out. Unsuspecting strikes and...
Okay, hold on a sec. Which of these... Deal increased strike damage to active upkeep skills. I guess, is that it? Did you just change that one trait? One sec.
Specializations are Devastation, Invocation, and Herald. Devastation 2/2/2, Invocation 2/1/3, Herald 2/1/3 for the DPS option, or this trait instead if you're doing the quickness option. Most of these traits...
Okay, so alright, that's it. I was comparing the old DPS number with the new quick number. Alright, so I need to do a test with that. Alright, so respawn. See what happens. Curious, do you have videos on builds and the site on them, but have you ever thought about making similar build pages to what Guild of Snowcrows or Hardstuck have, and then have your videos for people who want video version of the build or more info on it? I could, I'm just one guy, right? Even Guild Gen is multiple people, because Guildgen works with Valen and a few other people and does collaborations. Like, Guildgen's written guide on Obsidian Arbor has my video guide attached to it. So Guildgen does collabs. Hardstock is a horde of people.
Dormammu, I've
Snow
come to
Crows is a
bargain.
horde of people. Meta Battle is a horde of people. Like, I'm just one dude. So I make videos on stuff I'm like inspired to make. But like for example, I can't possibly keep up with everything, so I just try to make the best of what I can with what I can. So I could remodel the website like that. I don't see the need to do that, because then I would just be competing with people that have much more resources than me and could probably do it better. Like, even like the characters I know how to play the most. Like, I think I'm a dang good druid. But when I made a video on how to play druid, it got ripped apart by the people at Hardstock. Like, he doesn't know anything about how to play druid. I'm like, I've literally cleared all content in the game except like Seracium, because I haven't even attempted that. And it's like, oh god, can't please everybody. So yeah, I won't compete with him for that. Okay, so I've changed the trait for DPS. Can you share your graphic settings? Yeah, hang on. We're nearing 50%, so the damage should start going up again. Might maybe increasing the enemy target's hitbox might be increased DPS. I want to do the same test I did last time. Otherwise, there's no point. Like, if I do a different test this time and compare it to numbers from last time, that would just be being political with my data. Dude, just do a different test last time. Wait. Let me just Chronomancer rewind in time and go change that. Alright. 27k down from like 31, 32 last time. So, still viable. Absolutely still fine. If a newbie joined my group and was doing this, I'd be ecstatic, because most people don't do this in groups. Okay. So, let me... Hold on a sec. Let me open this one. Hey, everyone. Okay. Alright. What was the name of this video? So let's go to the YouTubes. Go to comment. Do that. Open this up. And then copy that. And add Janthier approved to the end. Let's see. Do I need to pin a comment? Let's see. Edit. Sept 3rd, 2024. Tested after Janthier launch. And the build is still viable as described above. You may get more damage. Actually, no, I mean, they could get more damage from playing a different build. So I'm just gonna say it still works if you want it. I was about to be like, oh, you could use swords and putting in your but no, I think they could play something else they want. I'm not going to put in like every possible thing. All right, cool. That one's done. And let me refresh the page.
Hey everyone, Revenant Mukluk here.
And done. Okay. All right. Did I? Let's see. Okay, was there another? There's a Vindicator in here. I like how I put this one on the ceiling because he's Australian. Alright, well we've already got the Revenant out of his alt-parked location. What did I say for how to play Vindicator?
Hey everyone, hearing voices in my head, Mukluk here, and if you've come looking for a way to do ridiculous damage with just a few clicks, you've come to the right place.
Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, there we go. Alright, so let's see. Force and impact on the swads. Alright, let's customize. So change air for impact. And runes of the Scholar. Full Berserker. Impact to force. Okay, well that was easy. Alright, and the build is bing bing bing. And this one's actually one different. Why? Oh, okay. I mean, for a group gameplay, that's not going to affect anything. All right, and then where's our Vindicator? It was like this. All right, did I say anything about the traits on this one?
Is the second trait of Devastation. More personal damage, but Assassin's Presence gives damage dealers. You can increase the overall DPS of the group by swapping to Assassin's Presence.
Oh wow, Assassin's Presence. Yeah, that's gone. Or not gone. Like what it did before. This used to give a unique buff that only Revenants could provide. And it no longer does.
Unsuspecting strikes and swift termination offer large % health, so you will hit harder during impossible odds right before you crash down. Then use Greatsword 5, swap legends, and use Vengeful Hammers. Gameplay. Open up with a dodge and press impossible odds right before you crash down. Then use Greatsword 5, swap legends, and use Vengeful Hammers, which is the same button as impossible odds. At this point, use dodge, followed by Greatsword 5, followed by legend swap, and then immediately into that same utility key on repeat. Just keep using those 4 buttons in that sequence when they are available, which is the same button.
Okay. Dodge, E5, legend swapped. Alright. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Okay. So, spawn a golem. Wait, no, just respawn my golem. I forgot. I just did a test.
Welcome. Feel free to approach the console and begin combat practice.
In the Condi quickness harb, you're doing 23k-ish, and I was doing 71 rating. Do you think this is good for having to move around a lot? 70? Yeah, I do. Honestly, if every single person in a raid was doing over 10k, you can clear nearly every raid in the game. There's a few incredibly hard ones that doesn't work on. But it'll depend on the fight and stuff like that. And if you're providing quickness and you're still pushing out like 17k, I'd be fine with that. You could probably get even more, by like studying other Harbinger guides and stuff like that. But yeah, that is adequate for sure. Okay, so where is this? Dodge E5 legend swapped. So dodge E5 legend swap. Vengeful Hammers. Dodge E legend swap E. This looks weird. Hold on a sec, hold on. I'm doing 25k, but I'm doing something very wrong right here. Dodge impossible odds, Greatsword 5, legend swap, hammers. And then dodge, Greatsword 5, swap legend hammers. Huh. Mushroom King's Blessing doesn't reset the cooldown on legend swap. Weird. One sec. Let me listen to Pass Me again.
Impossible odds right before you crash down. Then use Greatsword 5, swap legends, and use Vengeful Hammers, which is the same button as impossible odds. At this point, use dodge, followed by Greatsword 5, followed by legend swap, and then immediately into that same utility key on repeat. Just keep using those 4 buttons in that sequence when they are available. Using these skills as described with all boons, conditions, banners, spirits, and spotter with a generic food buff resulted in about 29.
Okay. Vindy DPS, yeah. Well, it's certainly not Vindy utility. They don't have any. Go heal Vindy. Heal Vindy works in PvP World v World, but because it doesn't provide quickness or alacrity, it's not going to be allowed in most groups in PvE because it doesn't provide what they consider the essential buffs. Kind of like heal Spellbreaker. Alright. 27k. Probably with mistakes. What was it in the past?
Available. Using these skills as described with all boons, conditions, banners, spirits, and spotter with a generic food buff resulted in about 29,000 damage per second.
So, Spotter and Assassin's Presence no longer increase flat damage. Spotter and Assassin's Presence now just give boons. So, and then banners. Oh yeah, dude, this test was with spirits and banners before they were changed. Let's see, hold on a sec. So last time I tested this build, I tested it after the release of Soto. And I said, Assassin's Presence no longer gives a unique buff. Vindicators have 2 dodges now. Added Relic of the Thief. We lost banners and spirits. With full boons, Condi's cake buff, this same build now yields 27,000 DPS. We literally just got 27.1. With spikes of 47k in burst moments. We spiked at 47.6k. Okay, this is literally identical to what it was after Soto. So this is totally fine. So let's do edit after Sept 3rd, 2024. Tested after launch of Janthier. Still viable, works as described above. Okay, and pin. Who is that? Soul W777 Gaming. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Welcome. Can you share your graphic settings? Sure. If this is too quickly, please take a screenshot or make a clip. This is my settings. I'm gonna scroll down now. And that's what I have set there. That's it. I occasionally turn down character model limit if I'm near like 1 million people in an outdoor raid event. But if I'm in a raid or something, I'll turn that back up to make sure I see everything. We're going to find a new patch log. I wasn't aware there was one. If there is one, let me know. Let's see. Okay, so that's all fine. So I need to... Let's see. Copy this. And go back here. Okay, and just adding Janthier approved to the title. Boop. There we go. Yeah, if a patch happens, it's usually at noon EST, which is 30 minutes from now. Yes, correct. Alright, so that one's done. Okay, that is the LI rev builds that we had. So next, let's get this guy back to Janthier. Let's go Miscellaneous. Gotta put this guy back at that beehive. Wizard hat? Sure. Which totally doesn't have orange cat hair all over the top of it. I wonder how that happened. Speaking of, there's a redeemed pet ship in the queue. He is not in here. I'm gonna refund that. I can't reach him right now. Alright, Janthier. Where are you at? Wait. I have no way. Oh my god. This character's been to Janthier and I didn't get any waypoints? I'm smart. Alright. I'll go through the homestead to get there. Are you doing Wayfinder's Hinge? Wait, is that the hinge away from home thing? I've done that before. If that's what you mean. Let's see. Boop. Daily reminder for anyone who has played Janthier and you've played through the story once, your future characters, your alts, can just port to your homestead, and there is a portal to Janthier in the cave so that you can skip the story on your second and third and so on characters if you wish to do so. Because although I loved the talking bit at the beginning of the expansion, I don't want to hear it a second time. Okay. Alright, let's get that waypoint before I move on to where I'm gonna go. Returning play to yours too, completed the story of Janthier on one character. I have a lot of stuff from previous expansions I need to catch up on, but just trying to understand what people do at this point. Thanks in advance. What's up, Lycum? I mean, totally depends on what you want to do. For example, you know, Janthier, you've got the story, right? You've got the open world events, you've got the new mastery points. They are going to be adding another raid wing. It is not out yet, so that is not available to us yet. So it just depends what you wish to do. Like, for me, one of the most exciting things added in Janthier was the spears. Because spears basically unlocked many new builds that are going to change how people play the whole game. You know, there are new builds in World v World. There are new builds in PvP. There are new builds in, you know, raids and stuff like that, just because of the spears. That's the most exciting thing for me. But the Janthier open world area has lots of events and masteries and puzzles and stuff that you can work on if, you know, that strikes your fancy too. I wish Ellie got a new build of Janthier. Didn't it? I'm not an Ellie main, that's an honest question. I was under the impression their spear was doing okay. Janthier Lola short map was kind of fun, but the second map, not so much. The second map, you can roller beetle around on. You can friggin' zoom on the second map. Kata is not good. Tempest is better than Kata. Everything Kata is only benchmark for columns. I will say I'm too stupid to be able to play Kata effectively, so I really can't throw anything into this conversation because I don't have enough brain wrinkles for it. If I were to be an Ellie main, it would absolutely be Tempest. I feel like Weaver and Kata are like 10 times the work for a very similar payout. It's not really my jam, but Tempest I kind of enjoy. Here we go again. There we go. Alright, here's the worst jump. Yay, first try.
Oh, that's perfect now. Take a good big smell of that pot. Good enough for the Night Sun Festival. You're a real friend of the Bearkin, aren't you? When I serve this up, I'll tell the council you helped make
Oh,
it.
this took much less time than I was accustomed to. Alright, cool. Done with that one. Alright. Do you think you'll need to make more tunes to the Asura squad? I've got one of every class, which is, you know, the main thing. Back in the day, it used to be that, okay, so for those who didn't play then, before build templates, let's say you sometimes liked raiding as a berserker and you sometimes liked raiding as a spellbreaker. It was easier to just have two warriors because you couldn't quickly change builds and change armor and stuff like that. Or even if you had like a heal firebrand and then like a DPS dragon hunter where you had to change the armor, change the runes, change the sigils, change the build, it was easier just to have two guardians. So there are people like Mighty Teapot that have like 70 characters, and you know 6 of them are necromancers, and it was because of that time period. So that's less of a thing now. Let's see. Do I have any other warrior No, I only had one warrior. Okay, so we're done with the revs. We're done with the warrior. I did a Demi and a mech one. There's a daredevil. All right. Yamitas. Miscellaneous. Okay. All right. I'll probably do this one, and then, so this will be the third one today. So we'll update this guide, and then I'll take a break. I remember having fun with this. Is this the Condi Daredevil? I don't recall. All right. Let's go to the aerodrome. Returning player that only has the base game. If I can only get one expansion, which is the most important? What's up, Sandorian? The most important. Okay, so hang on a sec. Let me do a little visual aid for you here. Give me just a minute. All right. Here we go. So there's the core game, Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, End of Dragons. These are, imagine those are 4 chapters of a book. And then there's another book, which is Secrets of the Obscure is chapter 1, and Shanthier Wilds is chapter 2. So if you care about the story, these 4 go together and conclude a story, and these 2 go together and we're in the middle of a story. However, if you're saying I can only afford one, the one that's the most bang for your buck has got to be Path of Fire, because Path of Fire includes Heart of Thorns for free. So you're getting 2 expansions for like the price of one. Sometimes less than one depending on sales. So if you're just asking me which one do I get if I can only afford one, this is a 2-for-1 deal right here. So I have to say that one. Like pretty quickly, in fact. Like the story through the whole game is pretty good. It has ups and downs, but if you're playing the game in order, and there's also Living World seasons. For example, if you look, this is a list of the story. You see, it's like core game, Living World Season 1 and 2, Heart of Thorns, Season 3, Path of Fire. So even if you play the Heart of Thorns and immediately play Path of Fire, you might be missing a few things because you didn't play Season 3 unless you buy that too. However, it's Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire were both full-blown expansions that have a mountain of content. So buying one and getting both of them is a lot to work on. It's a lot to do. Let's see. Okay, so this guy, I need to go to the aerodrome. You also get some of the strongest elites through Hot and POF. Yeah, Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, and End of Dragons all included elite specializations. Soto included weapon master training and new weapons for every class, and Janthier got spears. So every single expansion offers new build options that you didn't have before.
Speak quickly.
Any news on legendary armor from PvE? Obsidian armor? I mean, that's already out. Are we talking about something else? Monk, do you think next expansion will get new elite specs? No. I would, now, if I'm wrong, I'm happy. Like, I would be pleasantly surprised if there's more. They seem to be done with that. And I don't blame them, because they're, okay, hold on, this is friggin' deafening. It's playing Lion's Arch music, even though we're not on Lion's Arch anymore, and I'm having to, like, yell over it. Okay, elite specs. Absolutely awesome. There are 9 base professions in the game. There are 27 elite specializations in the game. Many of them can be played as power, or Condi, or DPS, or just support. So there is like over 100 builds in the game among these, you know? It's not like in a WoW where it's just Hunter is DPS. No. In our game, the Ranger, which is the Hunter, has quickness providing DPS Untamed, pure DPS Untamed, pure DPS Soul Beast, pure DPS Druid, heal while providing Alacrity Druid, and we don't really have an Alac DPS Druid, but that's 5 builds just for PvE. Within that, if you just take Soul Beast, there's power builds, there's Condi builds, and there's hybrid DPS builds. Within power builds, there's greatsword builds, longbow builds, sword builds, axe builds, spear builds, just within power. So there's so many builds in the game, and honestly, they're having a rough time balancing all that. And so I do not think they're going to add another elite spec in there because it's rough to balance as it is right now. Honestly, like just adding in spears, you know, suddenly we've got revs hitting for 50 friggin' thousand damage per second. So it's, you know, it's got some power creep as well. Quickness providing heal and tamed. Oh yeah, I didn't even say that one. I've been enjoying the I Tried X build series on YouTube, especially the Daredevil episode. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Okay, so...
Hey, everyone.
Alright, so... Daredevil. Okay. Berserker. This was not Condi. Alright, alright. Let's see. Full burst. What is this? The weapon was just staff. That's it. Just staff. We're gonna bonk. Alright, Bifrost. Force and impact. Force and impact. Burst. Okay. Alright. And Runes of the Scholar. Okay. I currently have Relic of the Thief equipped. Yep, that's what I had last time. Okay. Alright. Okay, what skills? Alright, for skills, we had Dude Holding Knives, Foot Coin, Knife Coin, Lightning Bolts Coin, and Underbite. Okay. We got Dude's back, 133. We got Guy posing, 321. And we got Guy with a stick. Where is it? 113. Okay. Alright, how did Pass Me say that you play this?
Strikes is 321. Daredevil is 113, with the exception of one variant build near the end, which I'll go into shortly. Most of these traits offer various passive bonuses, but there are a couple of which are worth pointing out. Exposed Weakness does with lots of people hitting this crit chance when hit right to get your worth pointing out as Staff Master. Staff Master is what close enough to get.
Pretty sure since I recorded this video, they took away the need to flank on Defiant mobs.
Heals and buffs. That little bit of bonus damage is not worth dying for. Another trait worth pointing out is Staff. Those details soon. Here's the auto attack version. With full boons and conditions in play, a generic food buff, and spirits and banners, we're looking at 23,000 DPS while just auto attacking. If you
Okay, I'm kind of curious how that's still going. All right, now spirits and banners are out. Those were retired. Let's see. Spawn a Golem, average, average, additional Condis, all spawn. Adjust self, add boons, all. Okay. Alright, I'll get behind it in case the flanking thing. We see video overlay? Oh, thanks. No, you look at a frozen image and you hear bonk bonk. That's the next hour. Or did they change some of the obsidian armor recipes we use in Janthier mats as alternatives? That's a sick beat you got going there. Thank you. Look, no hands. Angry. Hey, Zork, what's up? Hey, look, I'm doing more DPS than your average pug teammate. Crimson says, I hope we get a build like this for Ellie only. There are Ellie builds that just sit fire and spam the fire moves, and they do like 30k damage. How much was Weaver again? Weaver did this much damage, but it was like 200 APM. Have you tried the Silly Revenant Spear yet? No. I've grouped with it, though. I know it's doing insane damage, and I'm sure it's going to get nerfed. Got the Wukong build. That reminds me, there was a clip from Wukong last night that was so freaking amazing. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna go download this. Alright, give me a minute. Alright. I want this to go until it times out. Alright. Wait. Oh, I turned down the wrong slider. Okay. Hang on a sec. So, this is from last night. Hold on, that was really freaking loud. Let's see, go into... No? Alright, one sec. One sec. Alright. Okay. This is from yesterday. All right. Look at this iframe. This game has a thing where if you get a frame perfect dodge, it slows down for a second so you can
I
appreciate
can barely
it.
do 15k on Elementalist pressing all the buttons. All this has to do is auto attack. Wow.
Wow. All right, watch this. Watch this. Oh my god. Yo, that was so cinematic. Thong out. That was so cinematic. Bang! Forget sword to the head. Dude, this. Oh my god. Yo, that was so cinematic. Ow. I love that moment. I love it, love it, love it. Okay. Alright, so what did we end up with while alt-tabbed? We did 26,000 damage while tabbed out. Awesome. What did I do before?
And conditions in play, but Havoc Specialist pulls ahead on the final version. You'll get those details soon. Here's the auto attack version. With full boons and conditions in play, a generic food buff, and spirits and banners, we're looking at 23,000 DPS.
It went up? So since they removed spirits and banners, this is the first one that's gone up. What? Hold on, let me look at my notes. Tested after Soda release, Banner and Spirits reworked. They no longer provide unique buffs. Tested with using Relic of the Thief. All tests with full boons, contests, and cake buff. Auto attack only did 24k. It's gained 2,000 DPS since Soto. Okay, alright. Well, this is the first one that got better. Okay. Alright, what did I say to do for more damage?
While just auto-attacking. If you can add one more button to the build, spamming the 2 key, weakening charge whenever your initiative is full until it is empty. A quick note, the final hit in your auto-attack chain hits very hard, so you want it to happen sometimes. It's better to do a bunch of weakening charges, then a bunch of auto-attacks, repeating, rather than going back and forth between the two rapidly. By dumping all of your initiative into this button with the same buffs, we end up at about 27,000 DPS. That's...
Oh boy, 27,000. Okay. Respawn. Alright, so now we're going to add the 2 key. Good afternoon, Jinxie. Hello. This is the DJ for the lowest bidder. Alright, this is gonna take a while. We're already at like almost 28k. So it definitely added a bit. It definitely added a bit, so that's fine. What was the next thing?
around 21k when auto-attacking, and peaking at 42k when you were holding down the 2 key. Oh, and you can hold it down. You don't have to just mash the key repeatedly when it's time to empty your initiative. You can just hold the button down and your character will just do it over and over. A quick note here on the rising damage toward the end. We've got one more trait that is worth mentioning, Executioner. You will do more damage against a target that is below half health. The
So it would have gone up even more.
button version of this build I'll be presenting adds dodging to the formula. We're only up to 2 keys now, but there's a bit of a rhythm to this. When this build dodges, you get a damage bonus for 4 seconds from weakening strikes, and another damage bonus from bounding dodger. The dodge itself is also an attack from the same trait. Swap the second Daredevil trait to Havoc Specialist for this build. With a 4-second buff on the table, we want to space out our dodges to keep that buff up as
Okay. Where was Havoc? Right there. Okay.
much as possible. So dodge, hit the 2 key a few times, then let some auto attacks happen. Dodge, hit the 2 key a few times, let some auto attacks happen. Your goal is to not let your endurance or your initiative sit at full. Performing this rhythm with the same buffs as before resulted in 30,000 damage per second.
Okay. Let's see what that one does. All right. His hitbox is so small, it's actually difficult to hit him with the dodge attack, because sometimes, like, I'm overshooting and not hitting him with it. Alright. Well, we're around 30, and it's going up because he's under 50% now. Yeah, I definitely can't keep this up the whole time. Perhaps Relic came into play for increased DPS. The thing is that when I recorded these videos, Relics didn't exist, right? And at the time, the Relics were baked into the 6-piece bonus of runes. So most builds got either no damage increase or very small damage increase from Relics, not like a huge spike. So it probably wouldn't be that, although it is possible. Okay. So yeah. All this is fine.
Dipping down to around 20k and peaking to 44k when holding down the 2 key with the post dodge buffs up. Let's quickly talk about break bars. If it is time to interrupt your target, use your elite skill. It makes you and your teammates perform CC on your following attacks. A very powerful tool for interrupts when near other people. If you do successfully get that boss...
Yeah, that's all fine. Okay, so I will just say that this build absolutely is still viable. For people that just want to bonk, 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 this works just fine. So I'm going to edit the title of this. Janthier approved. Sizen, hello, welcome. I see your question. Give me just a minute. All right, and then edit the comments. After the dodge, you should use the 2 to reposition, as I think that brings you to the boss, or just War Claws 24. The new LI Thief video is just going to be Noxxi remixing the beat. Oh no, I'm not making a new LI Thief video. I'm just checking to see if the old one is still good enough to leave it up, or if I should take it down, because I don't want to be spreading misinformation, but it looks like it still works fine. Edit on Sept 3rd, 2024. Tested after Janthier launch. Still works as described above. Okay, save and repin. Okay, and then refresh the page, and now it says Janthier approved. Okay. Okay, so I've tested 6 of these now. So next time, maybe Guardian and the Mesmer builds. We'll see. All right. That's enough of those for today. Okay, Sizen says, Muk, quick question. If you were as broke as I am, I don't know how broke you are, and you can only afford Janthier or Soto, which one would you buy? Soto. And I will tell you the reason why. Let me open up my notepad here. Okay, so. Secrets of the Obscure. Added content at 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months patches. Janthier Wilds is going to do that also. This hasn't happened yet. Janthier just came out. So, if you right now buy Secrets of the Obscure, you're getting all the content they added over a year. If you right now buy Janthier, you are going to be buying the content they added last week, and all the other stuff isn't added yet. So you could, in my opinion, enjoy this until you save up enough money to buy this, and then hopefully this is closer to being done. Now, the story for both Janthier is quality greater than quantity. It depends what you're into. Let me give you an example. If you don't like open world stuff, and you just like either instance content, so that's like raids, or PvP, or World v World, all Janthier added was spears. It depends what you're into. Now, the open world stuff is beautiful. I think the story was quite good, and I am eager for more. But remember, not every player cares about that. Now, also, if you only care about story, Secrets of the Obscure is essentially Chapter 1 and Janthier's Chapter 2. If you care about story, you would pick Soto anyway, because that goes into Janthier. You know, you don't want to just start in Chapter 2 of a book. You're going to be confused. So for both story reasons and like weapon master training and the weapon specialization thing, I would say Soto before Janthier. Now, I will also add that in my opinion, Soto, the first half of the story was a banger, and the second half, it kind of fell off. They definitely dropped the ball there. So the story has a lackluster ending, but Janthier picks up right after that. If you go into Janthier without playing Soto, you're going to be missing a lot of beats. Now, Janthier is like a beautiful open world thing, but you use, like, you will run out of things to do in Janthier faster because it's not all out yet. Soto exists? Soto does exist, yes. Okay, let's go put this guy back to his gerb. Let's see. Hey, Mug, is buying the Falling Star quest license the only way to unlock the spear? Yes. Yep, they tried something new with that one, and I think it was a pretty solid thing. I think it was pretty solid. Also, Soto may be on sale November, December. Yeah, so Soto was on sale recently for the first time since it came out, and it was 20% off. So I would say going forward, we will probably see it included in sales. Keep in mind, it's only been out a year, so I don't know that we're going to see it like half off or anything, but yeah. Where was this? Oh, this guy was the one that was in the Naos treasure chest. Over here. That was an amazing answer, thank you. Sure. I hope it helps. But yeah, I mean, every single expansion adds different features, right? There is no wrong choice here. There are some that you, as an individual, will enjoy more than others, depending on what you're into. But that's how I see it. That hasn't been useful in a while. Soto might be 50% off on Black Friday. Maybe. We shall see. To unlock that spear. Yeah, if there was any confusion on that, I was talking about to get the Ascended Spear, the Falling Star Spear, and its graphic. I'm not talking about getting the ability to equip a spear. That's just a Janthier thing. Newbie question, is there something similar to full counter for other professions? I love the counter mechanic, but not warrior. That's totally fair. Warrior is awful to play. I mean, like, I love staff heal warrior. The only downside to it is you have to play warrior to use the stuff. Okay. So, yes. Any Revenant build that uses a greatsword. The greatsword 4 button, you hold it up like a block. And if it blocks any damage at all, you can press the 4 again and you do a massive counter back. It feels really satisfying to use. Similar idea. The damage you deal with the counter is based on how much damage you blocked with it. There are many other things like that as well. Mesmer Scepter 2, I think, if it successfully blocks an attack, it makes a clone of you. And the clone will attack for a bit. Granger Greatsword 4 is you hold up a block, and if something hits it, you get a thing called like knockback kick, and basically you kick them in the chest and send them flying away from you. It's like a get off of me move. It's like to get breathing space. It's not like a damaging a thing like the Revenant one. It's just like to get some do some CC. What's wrong with Warrior? What is this friggin' Christmas? Let me count the ways. Anyway. Yeah, there is a few of them, but for most classes other than Spellbreaker, it's related to the. It's specifically related to the weapon. Spellbreaker, you do it with any weapon. At Muck, new helmet skin in shop. Hang on.
38 months of awesomeness, Mukluk love.
Thank you, Vin. Welcome. Muhuyu says, Muck, can I suggest finding builds with heavy Condi cleanse for the next raid wing, as I figure that we will be fighting a Titan, and they do a lot of corruption on boons. Yeah, it definitely, if we are, I mean, it definitely depends on what you're doing. Let me give you an example. Any ranger that drops a healing spring, in PvE, the spring cleanses 2 conditions per second on 5 targets for 6 pulses. That is 12 condition cleanses per person. That is up to 60 condition cleanses for 1 click. But it means burning your heal skill. So Healing Spring is insane Condi cleanse value for things like the first boss in Raid Wing 5. Or, was it Desmina? Or Slothosaur. Things like that. It would probably be really good there. On the conversely, as someone who has been enjoying playing open world Untamed, which constantly gives itself a few seconds of stability, getting my boon corrupted means the stability turns into fear. So builds that constantly fart out stability might be really bad if we're going to go fight Greer again, because you might constantly fear your team. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I have seen lots of people give the feedback that there's a bit too much visual clutter with Greer. Like okay, there's 2 Titans that we fought so far. One's named Greer, one's named Desmina. Greer makes these puddles all over the place that are really obnoxious, and they corrupt all your boons, and there's a lot of visual noise everywhere. Desmina shoots lightning. I'll pick fighting Desmina any day of the week, because it's just, you mess up, zap, not mess up, and all your boons turn into Condis. Okay, oh, someone told me to check the shop. Hold on, what was the shop thing? I feel beautiful. Was that it? Flower diadem. Okay. Is there anything in the black line chest? Muck rocks. Thank you, Killjoy. That's the surfboard sword. The surf sword. And the lightsaber thing. Yeah, okay. So that has... Alright, yeah, black line chest I think is still the same stuff. I think that's still the same stuff. Right after you said they make puddles everywhere, an NPC said, what is it? You piqued their interest. Desmina gives a lot of vuln and dazes, but as long as you do mechanics... Yeah, Desmina's mostly just move out of the red circles. It's not that bad. The corruption is excessive. How I would... Like, if it were me, I would probably limit... Because I think when Greer corrupts you, it corrupts just all boons. I think I would make it, you know, like 1 to 3 boons per tick of corruption. So if you mess up, maybe you lose your stacks on might or you lose fury, but you have a second to get out of it. But if you stay in it, it keeps punishing you. That's probably... But I would have done that also on the Midnight King fight, which was really annoying for that same reason. Spellbreaker in DE or so broken in PvE.
What?
Spellbreaker is, like, I know Captain Crabface will disagree with me, who's in the chat right now. I am of the opinion that Spellbreaker's full counter should have a way longer cooldown. What is it, like it's an 8-second cooldown or something like that in PvP? Hold on, I don't want to give false info. Hold on, Guild Wars 2 full counter. Checking it right now. Search for PvP. 12. It's 8 seconds in PvE, it's 12 seconds in PvP. And it is a... It basically makes them invulnerable for a few seconds. And if you hit them, they do an unblockable attack and crowd control on 5 nearby enemies. That's insane for a 12-second cooldown. Basically an invul, and then also just hit 5 nearby people and it's unblockable. And they're CC'd. Like, holy crap. And then even worse than that is they semi-frequently get that bug where they just appear to be full countering the entire PvP match, so you can't even use the visual cue as like a notification to stop trying to hit them because they just always appear to be full countering. Freaking hate it. But yeah, if it were me, which, you know, Warriors be glad that it's not up to me, I would say do at least a 30-second cooldown. 30 seconds to a minute. It does way too much for 12-second cooldown. Now don't get me wrong, if I were to main warrior, Spellbreaker would be my main. It's way more fun to play for me than Berserker or Bladesworn. I enjoy it, but full counter is freaking crazy. It's absolutely crazy. At Muck, can you link the home instance video? Exclamation home. On that topic, I'm working on all my living world nodes, and there are other nodes I should be working towards. If you're trying to build up the... I mean, well, you can just see a whole list of nodes on, like, the wiki page, but yeah, there's a link to the home guide right there. The first one I remember recommending, I believe, in that video was the Aurelium node, because it was just, like, a quest reward, so it was basically free. And then it gives you Aurelium each day, and you could use that to buy keys to open Heart of Thorns chests, and then you could get the Heart of Thorns chest put in your instance. So then it just kind of slowly pays for itself over time. So that one was really nice. It didn't require, like, a big... you know, chunk of gold to get started on that. It's 12-second cooldown reduced to 8.75 with versatile power, which is a bug. The CDR from trade is applied twice. Full counter should have a longer cooldown than Spear 5. I don't know what Warrior Spear 5... Is that the Raining Spears one? I have to look that up. Hold on. Spear.
It's nice to see.
Let's see. Warrior. Spear swipe, Harrier sauce. Jump up and evade attacks, then swipe forward, sending a wave in front of you. Oh, that was the one I used in the spear trailer, fighting the shark. Yeah. And that one's 20-second cooldown. Yeah. So this one is a small evade and then a shot forward.
My assistance.
Yeah. So basically, full counter is better than like every block on every weapon in the game, but with like a half to a third of the cooldown, depending on the example.
It's nice to see you.
How can one do Twisted Marionette in 2024? There are public groups for it. And like if you're going into one, you could also like make your own squad in town and like, you know, you put it in the group finder and like form a squad before you go in. You know, just like go in here and like make one in here. But I will say it's a less popular event. The thing is, in the game, there are dozens, if not like 100 different meta events and world bosses and stuff in the game to do. So the players over time figure out like, oh, this one's the fastest, or this one's really profitable, or this one has a rare drop that's really good if it happens, you know? And those become really popular. And there are some that just don't make the cut. Twisted Marionette is one that had a decent fail rate because it required individuals to be smart, and individuals are not smart. The big Zerg is smart. Zerg smash. Zerg together strong. But individuals, not smart. So it would fail sometimes. So, you know, it's like, okay, well, I could spend time in here, but there's a good chance it's going to fail. Then I make no money and the time is lost. So people kind of stop doing it. Did Twitch ramp up the amount of ads? It's base. I think mine does an ad break each half hour as a partner. But I have not touched the ad settings on my channel in years, like actual years. So if you're seeing a bunch, sorry. If you have a Prime, you can subscribe for free with that, or you can use an ad blocker. That's fine. You know, either one. Hey, Monk, have you considered looking into CC of Warclaw? With Mastery, it's better than Springer, and it can be used in combat. You know what bugs me about the freaking Warclaw? Hold on a second. All right, I've got a Mastery that says, one second. Janthier, Warclaw. All right. Spear skills stun enemies and do increased defiance damage. But if I mouse over the spear skill, it doesn't have the defiance damage listed. I have no idea how much CC this does. I could check the wiki. /wiki, Lance. Let's see if the wiki says. Nope, it doesn't. They don't know either. That's Lance. Yeah, I can see that that's Lance. But it says the Warclaw. What about one? One is Battle Maul. That's not the. That's just Pounce. Yeah. Yeah, so it's hold on, let me go back here. Yeah, it's Warclaw spear skills. I mean, if that's not the spear skill, then what is? You've got claw them in the face, sniff, shoot a chain, lance, and dodge. It's got to be Lance. The mastery isn't shown in the tooltip. Correct, and I think that they should fix that. Because right now, I would say like 80% of the CC in the game has it in the tooltip. The other 20% has it in the tooltip and it's just wrong, or it's not in the tooltip at all. The skill is Lance PvE on the wiki.
Act with honor. Speak with integrity.
Oh, you are correct. There is a separate wiki page for each of the game modes. Weird. That's odd. For example, we looked at full counter earlier, and there was simply tabs at the top for PvE, PvP, etc. But for Lance, they made entirely separate wiki pages. You are correct. Thank you. With the Feral Fury Mastery, it applies knockdown for 5.75 seconds? What? That's a year in combat. Doing 575 Defiance bar damage. Yo, if that's real, that's insane. 575 Defiance damage. Is that per spear? Because I got 3 of those. That's nutty. Again, though, that is PvE. So that means, and the chain does 150. So that means the lance is roughly 4 chain pulls, and you've got 3 lances. So that means this triple pack of lances is 12 chain pulls. What? And it's got, what, after you use one, it's like a 1 or 2 second, it's like a 1 second cooldown. Can you test that? Probably. Hang on. Things I do for you guys. 1 sec. That's more than a whole weaver kit. 575, that's 4 weavers! You can mount up mid-raid in the POF things. Nah, I mean, I got an idea. You can mount in here. What's the best expansion? Depends what you're asking about. Story, open world, raids, instance content, PvE, World v World. Depends. Spawn a golem, average, additional options, defiance bar, average, spawn. Okay. Alright. Test number 1, chain pull, which does 150 CC. Take a screenshot. Opening paint. Please don't crash today. Okay. Boop. Alright. That's 150. Alright. So, next. We go over here. Remove. Respawn. Test number 2. Lance. Should be 575. Oh my god. Did they mean to do that? Alright, hang on a second. Just a minute. Okay. Yeah, I think that's right. There you go. So that's 150. That's 575. I think, yeah, I think it's coded that way. I think the wiki's correct. That's nutty. You versus the CC she tells you not to worry about. What about Pounce? I don't even, what? Does Pounce even do CC? It does. Wait, what? It doesn't say it on the tooltip. One sec. One sec. Hold on. Let me reread these. One sec. Pet on passive. What is that from? Also, there was 2 bleed stacks? Where did the bleed... okay, the bleed might have been sharpened edges. Alright, hang on a sec. There's still a bleed. Okay, so the Warclaw just does a bleed. That's 150. Maybe 250 to 3... Maybe 250 to 300? On Pounce? And a bleed. Feral Fury gives Battle Maul Defiance damage. Let me check. Hang on. Did I overlook that? Deals increased damage while mounted on the Warclaw. Warclaw spear skills stun enemies and deal increased defiance damage. Feral Fury says spear skills. So, I don't know if they intended it or not, but I guess that means that Battle Maul is a spear skill. Dodge through the golem. It gives it weakness. Wait. Oh, well, a weakness is a soft CC, so it did a tiny bit of CC. Claws are just 10 tiny spears. Hold on. Where's... Yeah, and this one does 200. Yo, so, yeah. I think my turtle just got retired. Because turtle does 200 with like a 3-second cooldown or something. In the time it takes the turtle to do 600 CC, the Warclaw can do like 1,500.
Practice your skills using our state-of-the-art golems.
Because the only time I used the turtle was for CC bars on big open world stuff. But now I can just do like 4... and he's broken. Also, you can mount on this in combat. But turtle can carry other person, shoot borders. True. I mean, it's fun. If you're doing like co-op with somebody else, it could be fun. Don't make noise about it, yeah. Battle Maul still does bleed, but not reported, yeah. That's like 2 mounts that got retired this expansion, or 3. Honestly, okay, in my mind, the only mount that ever got retired for me, personally, was the Springer. Because Springer go up. Skyscale go more up. So that's the only one I just like don't ever need. Turtle is now going to be the second one that I kind of don't ever need. Unless I'm transporting a newbie, which I never really do, but I know some people use it for that. Okay, well, there we go. Oh, now we know how much CC that does. Springer restores endurance in less than a second, so we can cheese some stuff. Unless you can Gala Delve, you do not need turtle. I hope that instead of introducing new mounts, they make the current ones more appealing. Yeah. Do not compare turret CC if turtle is a gunner. No, I don't think I've had a gunner in like a year. I never really messed with that. Let's see. Hang on a sec. Where did I put... There it is. Okay. What are these mucks is not like the others? Yep. It's all one. Have you finished the new expansion? How's the story? I mean, I have finished what is available. So the way that they're doing the expansion cycles right now is that they essentially release the expansion, and then 3 months out, 3 months into it, 6 months into it, and 9 months into it, they release a big patch adding more content. So we haven't had those patches yet. So I have finished what is available, yes. And now I'm just kind of doing whatever. Give me a chocobo skin for the Warclaw, my raptor will be dead in a ditch. Yeah, there is a fluffy chocobo looking skin for the Springer, but not for the Warclaw. No idea why I didn't reply, but Skyscale also got siege damage to Soto. Stories complete yet? Correct. Wiki says with Feral Fury, Battle Maul now applies stun for 3 seconds. Weird. So then I would just argue that the tooltip, like either they didn't intend that, or the tooltip for Feral Fury should be fixed because it's not great. That's what I would say. Let's see. All right. I have been thinking about an idea for a while, chat. And the idea goes like this. Essentially, I would do it. I have to be very careful with this because I don't want to burn a bridge. All right. Let me try to explain this here, okay? The idea is that I make a video series. I know. I'm in combat right now. Okay, could you stop? I could log out and back in, but I'm waiting to see if that's necessary. Hold on. Okay, we left combat. All right. All right, so the idea is this. I used to have a series that was just kind of funny moments called Bug Wars. Some of you may have seen it. If you haven't, they're freaking fantastic. You should search my channels for Bug Wars. And it was just funny moments in the game where things bugged out. I kind of want to use that name again, but this time use it to shine a spotlight on broken stuff. And I want to do this very carefully because I am on good terms with the developers of the game, and I don't want to burn any bridges. So I want to like respectfully be like, hey, in an effort to improve the game that we all know and love, here are some stuff that's been broken for a while that I would love to see fixed, and then just showcase some things. Now, I did this one time before with a video that was called Chasing Perfection, and the video had like 30 bugs in it. And I even sent it to one of the devs, said, hey, if you guys have time, it would mean the world to me if you watch this. And I don't know if they ever watched it. So I'm thinking maybe they need bite-size information. And if that's the case, maybe do like 3 bugs per video. Or something like that. Just do like 3 at a time. GW2 needs an auto party maker like other games. Auto party maker? I don't know. Like, I feel like when I play World of Warcraft, you just join a dungeon queue and you get in a dungeon and it's just like a freaking treadmill that goes through and then people like vote kick you at the slightest inconvenience or something like that. I don't know. I feel like I could be playing with bots and I don't even know it at that point. This is 100% a good thing. One of the best expansions EVE Online ever released was basically just we fixed a bunch of small stuff. At Mug, if you disable mounting or gliding in your homestead, it only affects yourself and not your party members. That really doesn't feel intentional, right? I haven't experimented with that at all, so I don't know about that. 3 bugs per video would be a mini-series about Warrior. I was actually going to start with Warrior, Crapface, because you gave me so much to work with here. Like, I have almost a page full of stuff that you sent me. Okay, so let's say, if I'm gonna do this, each video will be like a minute or 2 long. I gotta make it bite-sized, otherwise they won't even watch it. And then if they fix it, I could change the title to be like, fixed, and then like a list of the bugs. Okay, lady, you need to shut up. Alright, so the question is, one of the ones that bothers me the most, just because it's cosmetic, is the flow thing, the gun saber. So hold on a sec. So, respawn my previous golem, Is it here? So hang on a sec, just to show this for people that don't know it. So like if I hit this for a minute, need to get some flow. Okay, and then I do this. All right, look, the blinky squares here are not synced up with the icon. They're off center. I know it's a small thing, but it bugs the hell out of me because it's been like that forever. Like, those should be in that box. But they're it's just like, it's a little thing, but it's been broken since End of Dragons. It's been like that for 2 years. So it's just been there, it's been that way forever. If you send these bug vids directly to ANET and not make them public, then you may stay out of hot water. I mean, no, I don't think I'm gonna be in, like, hot water. But it's, like, I don't think it's gonna be hot water. But yeah, does anyone play Gun Warrior? Gun Warrior? Yeah, I'm not even sure. I've got a list of stuff that's broken for Gun Warrior. You may use it instead of putting Blade Sword into combat if you wanna. Wait, what? Signet of Fury gives 30 flow instantly. Signet of Fury. Oh, the sword one. There we go. Oh, okay, wonderful. All right. Recent cosmetic bug I've seen is my 3-button always pulsing regardless of mounted or grounded. Your 3-button pulsing? What did you do to it? You truly are a Virgo for getting annoyed by such a small thing no one notices. Mechanists don't work underwater either. I think they know about that. Let's see. What was... Okay, let me just pick 3 to start on this. Alright, so here's a couple. Gun Saber and Dragon Trigger are not listed in the skills tab. Sword, offhand, hammer, longbow, axe, dagger, greatsword, mace, pistol, rifle, staff, torch, warhorn, shield, spear, harpoon gun, down skills. Okay, that's still like that. So if you want to see what those skills do, you cannot do it when you're out of combat. So there was a time period where Necromancer Shroud skills and Druid Astroform skills were not in here, and they fixed that, but it looks like they never did that for Bladesworn. Okay. Bladesworn Dragon Trigger 2 has lower range than displayed on the tooltip? Okay, hold on a sec. What is the range of it? It says 750. Okay, I can test that right now. Manage modules. Give me a distance ring. That is 750 radius. Okay, that is 750 range, chat. So, all right. I think that is about as close as I can get it. All right, and was it 2? It hit. Okay. Maybe that one's fixed. That one looked like it connected just fine. Like, it's going right to where I would expect it. Is the range indicator a mod? It's an overlay program. It's in Blishhead. If you do exclamation Blish, you can download it if you want it. But it has like 50 different modules for you to play with, and one is this range thing. 750 is distance you move. 900 is that you should hit with the hitbox. Oh, wait. Yeah, it does say 900. Hold on a sec. Hold on. You said Dragon Trigger... Oh, wait, sorry. Hold on. Is it Gunsaber or Dragon Trigger? No, it is Dragon Trigger. No, never mind. Okay, I'm not sorry. I did it correctly. Alright, so right there. So F2. And it says range 750. Yeah, it's going right where it says. It doesn't say 900 anywhere on it. Like, if I do it like right here, what happens? So 2 says 750. That's 750 range right there by his toe. And that's where we landed. I don't see a problem here. I do not see a problem here. 750 is the distance you move. 900 is that you should hit with the hitbox. I guess I don't understand, because it, like, if I get out the measuring stick, I go to where it says that I will go. So the tooltip matches the distance moved. So the tooltip's not lying. Okay. Alright, so... Fix question mark. Alright. Mug, I don't know if you already answered. Are you playing Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2? Heck yes, I am. Abso-freaking-lutely. That looks like a blast. I've been really into Warhammer these last year or two. Okay. Let's do this. If we're just on skills not acting like they should, Reaper's Shroud 2 is notoriously bad at landing all hits randomly. I guess it was worked on. Well, that would be great if so, right? But yeah, I can't replicate that bug. Okay. Let's see. Warrior... Okay, hang on a sec. Alright. Future Noxxi. We're making a little video about warrior bugs. So, first off, the first one I want to show, I am going to turn off the distance ring here, is Blade, Gunsaber, and Dragon Trigger are not listed in the training tab. So, if I go to train... No, not here. Here, weapon skills. Gunsaber and Dragon Trigger are not on this list, so you cannot see what any of the skills do without, like, going to the wiki or going into Dragon Trigger and trying to, you know, read them really quickly before it wears off. Okay. Next thing... Let me go over here. I forgot this has a ranged attack. Alright. So I'm just going to delete that one. Warrior skill Crackshot reduces the cooldown of Rifle 4, and it should not do that. Okay, where is Crackshot? Hold on. /wiki Crackshot. Discipline. Okay. So, to test this, I need a gun. I've never equipped a gun on Warrior. Let's see. Okay. And what is the... Hold on, this is too flashy for this. Let's change this. Perfect. Okay. And what was the bug again? Reduces the cooldown of Rifle 4. Okay. So, Rifle 4 says it is a 20-second count recharge and a 1-second cooldown. If I choose Crackshot, it is now a 16-second cooldown on the recharge. However, Crackshot says your longbow rifle and harpoon gun weapon skill 1 attacks are enhanced. Wait, is this a bug? Your longbow rifle and harpoon gun weapon skill 1 attacks are enhanced. It says 20% recharge reduced. Surely they don't mean 20% recharge reduction on the 1 skill. But the description makes it sound like this trait is completely related to the 1 skills. Check the other skills. Hang on. $10 seconds, 8 seconds, 10, 8, and then this is 20. Okay, so none of them. All right, so okay, so I would say it's called a Rifle 4 and no other skills. The tooltip is misleading. It either the tooltip needs clarification or this is a bug entirely and shouldn't be happening. Okay, what are you doing, Rifle Warrior? We're trying to replicate bugs. Okay, so without Crackshot, here's all the tooltips, future Noxxi. And with Crackshot, that one got count recharge, went from 20 seconds to 16, and none of the others changed at all. Crackshot got its recharge removed in June 2022. /wiki... Oh, wait, I think I've already got that wiki page open. 1 second. There are... If I look at Crackshot on the wiki, there is no patch notes in the version history for the year of 2022. There's one for November 2021, and then one in June 27th, 2023. June 27th of 2023, it says this trait no longer reduces cooldown of rifle, longbow, and harpoon gun skills. Okay, so let's see. All right, so according to the wiki, in June 27th, 2023, this trait no longer reduces the cooldown of these skills. So this is probably related to that. Okay. All right. Gun Saber and Dragon Trigger not on the training tab. Yep. Okay. All right. Let's see. High ground and low ground. Those targets hugging walls. Gun Saber high ground. There's total distance traveled is higher than total range. Reflected. Let's see. VFX on blades from UI when you go into Weeb stance doesn't match the UI. Yep. I've got that one. Wait, what? There's a bug on Warrior with rifle equipped. If you go to Kessex Hills to any part with centaurs and shoot them, your rifle goes invisible. What? Okay, this is so absurd. I'm going to go test this right now. That sounds absolutely absurd. Centaurs, I'm on my way. All right. Crap! Where's... Oh my god, this character doesn't have Kessex Hills. I'm trying to remember where Kessex Hills is. It's okay, it's way over there. All right, this is gonna take a minute. Fudge. What's the quickest way to Kessex Hills? Does it connect to Queensdale? Alright. Time for another world map complete? Hell no! Don't even talk to me about that. Awesome. Southeast or West Queensdale connects to Kessex. Alright. We're heading over there. We're gonna work hard to test this bug. Admock. Hi, Crimson. Use the EOD pass. Huh? The EOD... What, Arborstone? How does that help? The EOD pass. Fishing spots? Oh, it's fine. I'm already halfway there. I'm just gonna get this waypoint on the way over. Fish lock. Oh, fish lock. Gotcha. It's fine. We're already a good chunk of the way there. You're going way too far for easy centaur kills. Look, the quest says I have to... The bug report says I have to shoot one in specifically Kessex Hills. So I'm being a good Q&A, and I'm going to Kessex Hills. There we go. Can't believe you don't have this unlocked on your warrior. Dude, have you seen how much I enjoy warrior? Do you think I've played it any more than necessary? Alright. Alright, I don't have the map right now. I'm trying to remember where some nearby centaur... Oh, there's one. Okay. Here we go. Alright, gun. I'm kind of sad that this isn't working. Let me read this again. If you go to Kessex, to any part with centaurs and hit them with the rifle, it goes invisible.
What's your periphery?
Does it require a certain rifle skill? It says part with centaurs. Maybe it means like a centaur camp. Maybe it has to be in like a camp full of centaurs. Map comp in progress? No, we're testing a bug. We're testing a ridiculous bug we found out about. I'm just gonna pick random things. It's better than nothing. Try rifle butt 5. Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to find a centaur camp. I want to do it inside a centaur camp. Those are bandits.
The fun's over here.
Isn't Warclaw faster than before X-Pac? Yeah, I think it is. I didn't know Warclaws can fly. Man, where have you been?
Secure the bridge now. If it doesn't go down, this was...
Okay. This is a centaur camp, right? I don't see any centaurs. Let's go south. Alright, excuse me, sir. Alright, so here's my rifle. Alright, 5 did not work. 2 did not work. Three did not work.
Victory will be short-lived.
4 is ridiculous. Alright, I'm kind of sad that I'm kind of sad that one didn't work because that sounded so funny. I think I'm in combat with this thing. Fake news, indeed. The Charzuka is too powerful to disappear, yes. Alright. Alright, so I'm deleting that off the list. Okay. Alright, the next one. Let's see. Let's go back to the Aerodrome for this one. Warrior got more action in the last 10 minutes than the past year.
Greetings.
You can do the obstructed glitch for longbows on Ranger War of Your World. They can be nothing there and it will say obstructed. This happens a lot in supply camps. Yeah, I've got a whole hand. Right now I'm looking at bugs that I can replicate in this room, like in the testing room. There's a lot of reports I've got here that are a bit trickier to get. Oh wait, hold on a sec. Average, spawn. Okay, next one. Kick travels and hits from a lower distance than stated in the tooltip. All right, Kick, you're up. Kick says it has 300 range. Okay. Blishhood, give me a 300 range circle. How do you say it's archipelago? If you've heard me say archipelago, that's to drive people nuts. I also enjoy Champagne, Escargot, and Trebuchet. Alright, so, let's try this. Yeah, that didn't connect, did it? Rage bait, yeah. It's funny because sometimes in a video, I'll say archipelago at one point in the video, and I'll say archipelago at another point, and people are just like, ah, what? I also have a whole video about the archipelago story. Hold on a sec. Adjust settings. Add a defiance bar. Average. Okay. Alright, so first off, let's do it like right there. Okay, that connected. So I guess the question is, does the edge of the range need to be in the center of their hitbox? Or like on like the edge of their hitbox? Monkey Stream is the best. Thank you, Jersey. That certainly didn't work. Do I have another skill with 300 range? Chat, pop quiz. Warrior skills with 300 range. Go. Dagger 2. Okay, Dagger 2. Alright. So Dagger 2. If I have it, let's try this. Alright. On the edge of the circle, it hits. But Kick, even if it's closer, it does not hit. Okay, there we go. Alright, that'll work. That gives some evidence. Okay, so All right, so this one, future Noxxi. Let's move this up here. Kick travels and hits from a lower distance than is stated on the tooltip. So, this is Dagger 2. It has a 300 range. If that circle should be 300 range, and it does hit. But if I'm right here, and I use Kick, which has 300 range, it does not connect, and you can see that it did not take any Defiance bar damage when I did that. So, Kick appears to have less range than is indicated on the tooltip. There we go. All right. Myth proven. All right. Let's see. The tooltip's interaction melee attacks and interaction projectiles when shooting are exactly the same. Banner of tactics. Stun race. Signet of Stamina has no cast time stated on the tooltip, but it cannot be casted mid-animation, and traits such as Signet Mastery are applied a short time after you press the button, meaning the skill technically does have a cast time, but it has no cast animation. Okay. Signet of Stamina. Indeed does not have anything there. Alright, so let's try something here. First off, I need to find where Signet Mastery is for Warrior. I don't know what tier it's in. Signet of Stamina was fixed last patch. Was it? Yeah, it looks like I just used it while trying to dodge. Hang on. So, like, if I... Yep, I can use it while spinning. Okay, so that's been fixed. Awesome. Okay, cool. I'll just delete that one. Not the only one behaving that way, Signet of Fury. Oh, so Signet of Fury is doing that. So, if I'm channeling something, I can hit Signet of Stamina, but if I hit Signet of Fury, it stops the channel because there's an animation, despite the fact that it says it's instant. Alright, so... Signet of Fury has... says it is instant cast. So it should not interrupt other skills. And yet it does interrupt them and have an animation. So it does have a short unlisted cast time. Signet of Stamina recently had this same issue fixed, but Signet of Fury still needs the same treatment. Okay, there we go. Easy. So once again, just for Noxxi, so I'm spinning, I can hit Signet of Stamina. That's fine. All right, and then I'll reset, and now, oh, it didn't reset this. Okay, so now I'm spinning, but if I hit Signet of Fury, it interrupts it and does the animation. Okay. All right, so either A, the tooltip should be fixed, or B, the interaction should be fixed. One of the two. All right. Combustive Shot activates traits if it lands on the ground. Unless you activate Berserk while casting it, then it doesn't activate traits when landing on the ground. Okay, I'm guessing Combustive Shot is either a rifle or a pistol move. Okay, it's not rifle. Alright, /wiki, Combustive Shot. It's a longbow. Oh, okay. Ferris. I have never equipped this. It's a longbow burst. Oh, I have to get rid of this. Okay. All right. So longbow F1. Let me read this again, because this is outside of my wheelhouse here. Activates traits if it lands on the ground. Unless you activate Berserk while casting it, then it doesn't activate traits. Okay, I need an example of a trait that this could activate that I could use to test this. Cap, do you got any? Maybe the wiki page could also list some. Adrenal health. Huh? What's that under? Oh, it's under defense. I see it. Defense. Oh, it's passive. Okay, just bing, bing, bing. All right, so gain health based on adrenaline spent. Okay, so if we're going to use that, I need
Feel free to approach the
a small
console and
damage
begin
field.
combat practice. If you have any questions, I'm all ears.
All right, we can turn off this. All right, so first I've got to generate, is there a faster way to generate rage? Oh, that's fine. I can't change skills now. All right. So, test 1. I need to have taken some damage. Hold on. This is no good. I need to change this. Okay, there we go. I'm not healing anymore. Alright, so test 1. Do we see a healing number from adrenal health right here when I do F1? Yes, I am seeing some. So, gain health based on adrenaline spent. Okay, so that gives me a heal over time. Alright. So if, what was the other condition I had to fulfill for this? If you activate Berserk while casting it, it doesn't activate traits when landing on the ground. Alright. It did. I'm healing. So the question is, did I do that wrong somehow? It looked like I did it while casting it. Alright, I'm gonna wait for it to wear off, and I'll try it again. You don't need to hit energy to activate trait effects with Combustive Shot.
Mukluk.
You don't need to hit energy? I do notice I'm getting less healing. It's like, if I just do F1, I get 4 stacks of adrenal health, and I'm healing for 399 a tick. Oh, enemy. Enemy. Sorry, I misread. Alright, so I'm going to take some damage. But if I hit F1, F2, I get 2 stacks of adrenal health. And I'm healing for 200 a second. So it does do something weird when I hit both at the same time. It says it should give me 2 stack of adrenal health if I do... I don't know. Okay, wait, no, actually, you know what I think it is? I think it's that going into Berserk is using up some of my adrenaline? Is that happening? Yeah, and then the remaining adrenaline is going into Combustive Shot, so it generates less... I don't know if this is broken. Try it without the Golem. Okay. Oh, hold on. I did that on muscle memory. Okay, I need to be damaged. Alright, so test 1. Okay, so there's that. I am getting some healing. Adrenal health is procced. Alright, test 2. on. I need to wait for it to wear off. I think it worked again, though. Okay, I do not have adrenal health at the moment. Okay, getting damaged. And I'm going to hit F1 and F2 really fast. And I got it again. So, I don't see this being bugged right now. I cannot replicate this bug. Now, I'm pretty sure, like, when I go into Berserk, it uses some adrenaline, and the remaining adrenaline goes into the arrows, so I'm getting less healing. But I'm not seeing this bug. Maybe it was fixed, or maybe I'm just not replicating it correctly. Reminder that Berserker Adrenaline is only one big bar as opposed to the 3 you get on the core burst F1 skill, so you get less of the adrenaline stacks. Right. Okay. Alright, I'm just going to delete this one. King of Fire has no animation on its active component despite being an AoE. /wiki, King of Fires. What is this? Why are we doing developer job today? I had a while back, I asked people, I'm like, hey, if you know of any bugs in the game that are easy to reproduce that you have seen be broken for a long time. Hi, thank you. Let me know. I'm interested in making a video, just kind of shining a spotlight on things. It's just something I'm interested in doing. But I want to do it, like, respectfully, because I'm on good terms with the devs. Can I get a list of these bugs? Can I add one? You just tell me. I don't have, like, a public list. It's just, like, a Word document right now. The thing is, it shouldn't proc traits without hitting an enemy anyway. I mean, all this adrenal health just says gain health based on adrenaline spent. It doesn't say you have to hit an enemy. So, if you're spending the adrenaline, it works. Okay. King of Fires. Berserker Grandmaster trait. Increased duration of burning you apply. Gain a fire aura when you critically hit an enemy. Berserker skills detonate fire aura, damaging and burning nearby foes. Okay.
A deadly raid squad is a happy raid squad. Practice your skills using our state-of-the-art.
So, I just need to critically hit the foe and then use a Berserker skill. There's a fire aura. I don't know if this is a bug or not. Alright, so I'm waiting for... There's a fire aura, so... Okay, I saw a puff of flame around me. You guys saw that too, right? So we see fire aura appear. Then I hit F1. Waiting for the... Alright, aura. Berserk. F1. Poof. Yeah, I mean, it's subtle, but it's there. There is an animation. No other burst procs traits without hitting an enemy, though. Hang on. Adrenal health, Berserker's power. Okay. Okay, now that I'm able to replicate. Okay, so Captain Crapface said, here's a bug. If I use Combustive Shot, Longbow Burst, it triggers traits related to spending adrenaline. However, I'm waiting 5 seconds for this to wear off. If I swap to Dagger, and then I do it, nothing happened. So, alright, that is one that we can absolutely add. So, let me go to the list. Longbow Burst triggers traits related to spending
Good day, Mukluk
adrenaline.
Pat.
However, adrenaline, even if it does not hit any targets. However, other weapons bursts do not trigger these traits unless they hit a target. I'm not sure which one of the two is the bug, but it is inconsistent. All right. Okay. Did you say Captain Crapface? Yes. The legendary warrior himself was in my YouTube chat. Wrecked by Spoons says, what's a good aim on the Golem do you recommend for someone who wants to endgame PvE? Okay. For 99% of the content in the game, if your whole group is doing more than 10k DPS, you're gonna kill it and you'll be fine as long as you do the mechanics. If you're beating on a Golem that is standing still and not fighting back and you're not having to focus on anything else, I would say you should be able to do like 20k or more. Most supports in this game, when I say support, I mean a DPS that is providing a boon. Most offensive supports will break 20k. Most pure DPS will break 30. However, if you're honestly getting over 20 on the Golem and over 10 in a real fight, you're doing better than most players, and that is sufficient. But if you want to keep trying to better yourself, you can go up from there. Let's see. I went back and tested King of Fires. Apparently my poor excuse for a waffle iron was just not rendering animations properly. My apologies. Oh, was that one that you submitted? Okay. Let's see. King of Fires. I'll delete that one. Okay. What's the next one? Have to get shot by a ranged attack. I'm not doing that right now. I have to do Whisper Dormag. I'm not doing that right now. Let's see. Scorched Earth Longbow Primal Burst doesn't activate Burst Precision Arms Grandmaster trait. I have to get out of combat. Okay. Burst skills have increased crit chance. Gain bonus critical hit chance with and ferocity for duration when you hit with a burst skill. Duration is based on adrenaline spent. Alright. So, first off, boop. There's burst precision. Okay. My god, that is a very short duration. Alright. And then F1, boop. There's burst precision. Okay, so I guess this was fixed, because that worked just fine. Alright, so I'm gonna get, I don't know who submitted that one. It said Primal Burst. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Was that, oh, I had to be in Berserk mode. Okay, fair. Hang on. Sorry. This is really shining a spotlight on the fact that I don't play Warrior often. Alright, so F2 and then F1. Alright, so there's burst precision with dagger. Alright, F1. Alright, there you go. It's not there. You were right. Scorched Earth did not trigger it. Okay, so Nox, there you go. So this bug is the Scorched Earth Longbow Primal Burst doesn't trigger it at all. Alright, so let me move this up here to ones that we have footage of. Okay. I thought Combustive Shot activating traits was due to ground targeting, but regular Spear Burst has to hit a target. Let's see. I'm looking. I have a long list here of stuff that people have submitted. I can show it. It doesn't matter. I'm looking for more that I could easily test. Let's go. All right, this one I just copied up here. These ones up here, right here, these I have footage of right now. Okay. Flurry tooltip has false information in 6 different places. Alright. That would be something to do. You can't manually end Berserk while airborne. Is that a bug, or is that just game systems? Like, I don't know that I can end Druid Astral Form while airborne. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can't. Okay. How tough would it be to do this? Alright, Flurry, is that sword? I feel like Flurry is sword. Nope, it's not. I'm stupid. What's Flurry? Okay, Slash will keep Flurry. It is sword. What? Oh, it's the burst. It is the freaking burst. Okay. It was sword after all. Alright, let's... Let's change this so it's not all electric. Alright. Alright. The F1. This is going to be tricky. This is going to be tricky. I have some ideas of how to showcase this. Hang on. One sec. Alright, so according to this note, for Flurry, the tooltip is wrong in 6 places. It says at adrenaline levels 0, 10, and 20, the number of hits, power damage, number of bleeding stacks, and cast time are all incorrect. Only with full adrenaline does it show the correct numbers. The cast time changes in the most goofy way, going from 0.5 seconds at 0 adrenaline to 2 seconds at 10 adrenaline, and then 1.75 seconds at 20 and 30 adrenaline. For more clarification, the number of hits and bleed stacks should be 6, 7, and 8. Right now it says damage 9x. The number of hits shown is 9, 10, 8. And bleed stacks are at 9, at 0, and then go correctly from 10 adrenaline up. Okay. So it says 10. Now it says 9. Okay, hold on a sec. I'm going to take a few screenshots here. Alright. Okay. Alright, now I need one now. Okay. I have got pictures. Alright. Okay. So with 1 bar, it reads 9x damage. With 2 bars, it reads 9x damage. And with 3 bars, it reads 10x damage. And it goes from 9 stacks of bleeding to 6 stacks of bleeding to 7 stacks of bleeding. What? Okay. Alright, next thing I can do to test this is wait till it gets down to 1 bar. Ah, shoot, hang on. Waiting for it to go down. Is it gonna go? Is it going to drain back out? Or will it not because I'm in combat? Okay, so when it flashes the 9 stack of bleeding like here, but then you can't hit the button there. Alright, if you're full, it says 8 stacks, 8.5. So it goes from 10 hits down to 8 hits when you're full? And look, there's the cast time. Half a second cast time, 2 second cast time, 1 3/4 cast time, then 1 3/4 cast time. What the hell? What? Why does it spike in cast time with mid adrenaline? Are you just punished for being mid? All right, is it actually doing what it says here? All right, I want to hit flurry. Okay. So flurry did... Does it say how many hits it did? It did 8 hits. Okay. That was correct for what it said it was going to do. Okay. Only full bars count for the skill. Then why does the tooltip... Okay, that's so weird. That's super weird. So I guess what I'm confused by is like, if the bar is completely empty, it says 9 hits. Does that mean 9 hits once it has 1 pip? 9 hits, 8.5... 9 hits, 9 bleeds. But as soon as we go over 1 pip, it changes to 9 hits, 6 bleeds. So, like, the tooltip for the first section, it's impossible to activate? Is that correct? Doing QA for Warrior? It's really stupid. Yup. So there's a tooltip that is better than the actual skill is for the first section that you cannot activate. As soon as we go into the second section, the cast time increases 4-fold, and it does less bleeding and the same damage. And once you enter past the second pip, it gains more hits, a bleed stack, and the cast time goes down. And once it's full, you gain a bleed stack back. Okay. Alright. Alright. That's really freaking weird. Okay. So, let me try to put this into easily understood terms. Alright. So, flurry. Oh god, why is it doing that? Flurry, sword, burst skill. Has a what, discrepancies? I don't know if they're discrepancies. A lot of what are possibly unintended. Appears to have a lot of issues with its tooltips. At first, it shows a half-second cast time. Where is it? With 9 hits and 9 bleed stacks. With 9 hits and 9 bleed stacks for a half-second. Oh, I already put that. 9 hits and 9 bleed stacks. But after you gain a bar of adrenaline, it drops to it changes to a 2-second cast time, 4 times the original. And what was after that? 9 hits and 6 bleed stacks. Let's see. 9 hits and 6 bleed stacks. God. And with 2 bars. Then with 2 adrenaline, it drops down to 1.75 second cast time. With, what was it? 10 hits and 7 bleeds. 10 hits and 7 bleed stacks. Then with full adrenaline, the cast time remains 1.75 seconds. Let's see. But it drops. But it drops from 10 hits down to 8. And goes from 7 bleed stacks up to 8. So, if you... Wait, what? Dude, this is so bonkers. So, the fastest cast time is unattainable. This one says it's half a second, but you cannot activate it before a bar is full. When the bar is full, it starts at 2 seconds and then goes down to 1 3/4. And it goes from 9 hits to 10 hits... And then with full adrenaline, it drops down to 8 hits and loses 600 baseline damage. The bleed goes 9, just kidding, 6, and then 7, and then 8. There is a bug there. I don't know, I could believe that it's like, okay, with more adrenaline spent, you inflict more bleeding. That maybe makes sense. But the fact that the damage gets weaker from 2 pips to 3 pips, that's got to be a bug. If either a tooltip or in practice, it's got to be a bug. Anytime you have problems with low blood pressure, playing Warrior will help raise it. Is Zero Adrenaline version using values from Berserk? No, because in Berserk, they have Flaming Fury, which does 6 hits and 6 burning. Very different, apparently. You shoot knives. Alright. Okay. So that is really freaking crazy. Okay. Berserker main here. If your primal burst and IRL heartbeat don't sync up, you're doing it wrong. Okay. So now, my next goal is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody. Hang on a sec. Is to sugarcoat this. We're just going to take some sugar and do this over it so that we hopefully don't make people mad. All right. All right. So, let's get another Word doc out here. Okay. And let's just take all of this that we just got footage of, and we're going to put this over in this new document, and we'll just close this. Okay. All right. Hey, everyone. Hey, gamers. Gender neutral. Hey, gamers. Muckle Douglas Bartholomew. Reginald Esquire the Fourth here. Adding the whole thing is kind of like when you have to do a paper for high school and you double space it just to add more time. It's like a pimp named Slickback. You gotta say the whole thing. Okay. And today I want to talk about bugs. Calm down, Goric. Larger font, front and back. Not to backtrack, for combustive shot bug, maybe try trait line like Sundering Burst and arms are called the weakened defense, one that adds an effect to the burst skill rather than on adrenaline spent. That might be a different bug, but we definitely were able to replicate a bug with the combustive things. I love how you consider everyone is not gender neutral, but gamers is. My videos don't appeal to everyone. My videos appeal to gamers. I changed everyone to gamers because the everyone includes, like, my grandmother. She doesn't care about Guild Wars 2. And so she is not included in this. All right. I love Guild Wars 2. It is, in my opinion, the most perfect MMO. However, it is not perfect in and of itself. It has bugs like any other game. And today I'd like to shine a spotlight on a few of them in the hopes that it may help get them fixed. I do this out of love for the game, and maybe if the devs happen to see this, thinking of phrasing, chat, thinking of phrasing. Trying to roll good charisma right now. I do this out of love for the game. And if we are fortunate enough to see these fixed, I will update the video title in the future. Today's topic is the warrior. So, the main bug is that it exists. Delete this. Cut to static for a second. Bug number 1. Gun, saber, and dragon trigger are not listed in the skills menu of the training tab. For a long time, Celestial skills on Druid and Shroud skills on Necro were not here either, and it was a pain for new players to read those tooltips. That was eventually fixed, but these skills on Warrior are not here and cannot be read easily when not in combat or without opening the wiki. Would love to see those listed here among the other weapons. Thief Shroud? No one cares about Thief. Okay. Alright, that's done. Number 2. The visual effects on Bladesworn's UI when they go into weeb stance are off a little bit. I know. It is a small thing, but it drives... But, actually, wait. But like a steering wheel on a pirate's belt buckle, it drives me nuts. I might take that out. The blinking notification letting you know that you need to press a dragon slash is slightly off, much like the Untamed green overlay on their health bar was not lined up for quite some time. The Untamed thing has been fixed. This still needs to be. All right. No, leave it in. All right, next up. Let's see. The warrior trait Crackshot reads... What does it read exactly? One sec. I'll just copy paste it from the wiki. That's not good. Okay, hang on a sec. Where was it? Reads as follows. All right, so, you know, there's that. There's that. Okay. Reads thusly. Show tooltip. It is a bit misleading in what it does. It says it enhances the one skill of various weapons, but also reduces the cooldowns by 20%. This is strange because most weapons 1 skills have nearly no cooldown, and is probably a remnant from when this skill used to reduce cooldowns of all skills on these weapons by 20%. So the text should probably be removed related to the cooldown reduction. Additionally, that cooldown reduction appears to still be applying to 1 single skill, Rifle 4. Okay? According to the wiki, so it's probably related to that. There we go. All right. What is this? Number 3. Oh gosh, I did that again. All right, number 3. Kick says it travels, I believe it was 300 distance. Yeah. Travels 300 distance. However, when I use another skill that moves 300 distance, I can connect with the target. But when I use kick, which supposedly has a 300 range, it... what's a good word here? Consistently stops just short of the target. I replicated this many times and believe its range is closer to 250 or 275 and needs to be checked. Okay. All right. Number 4. Signet of Fury. Actually, wait, do I even need to retype this, or can I just keep the text I've already got? It says it's instant cast, so it should not interrupt other skills, yet it does interrupt them and have an animation. And has an animation. Has an animation. So it does have a short, unlisted cast time. Signet of Stamina recently had the same issue fixed, but Signet of Fury still needs the same treatment. Okay. Number 5. Longbow Burst triggers traits related to spinning adrenaline, even if it does not hit any targets. However, other weapon bursts do not trigger these traits unless they hit a target. I'm not sure which one of the two is a bug, but it is inconsistent. Was that related to this, or were these two separate things? Regarding kick, I think it's coded as range check from middle of player hitbox to middle of enemy hitbox, rather than edge of hitbox to edge of enemy hitbox. Yeah, the thing is, it's just inconsistent, because, like, when we did the, what was it, Dagger... Was it Dagger 2 that had 300 range? I did the exact same thing where I was like, my edge of hitbox to their edge of hitbox, and it connected, but the kick did not. To see core burst, you have to hit the wiki or equip weapons, and to see primal burst, you got to mouse over primal, rage, straight, and berserker trait line. Scorched Earth Longbow Primal doesn't activate the burst precision Grand Arms Master trait at all. Number 6. All right. Number 7. Last one for this batch. Flurry, sword burst skill, appears to have a lot of issues with tooltips. At first, it shows a half-second cast time with 9 hits and 9 bleed stacks. But after you gain a bar of adrenaline, it changes to a 2-second cast time, 4 times the original, with 9 hits and 6 bleed stacks. Then with 2 adrenaline, it drops down to 1.75 second cast time with 10 hits and 7 bleed stacks, and then with full adrenaline, the cast time remains 1.75 seconds, but drops from 10 hits down to 8 hits, and goes from 7 bleed stacks up to 8. This is either... I don't know if this is an issue with the skill in practice, or specifically the tooltips, or both, but there is definitely something weird going on here. The skill should not be getting weaker when you go from 2 adrenaline to 3. Typo. There we go. Alright. So it seems that for Flurry, it is 6, 7, 8 hits for the different levels of adrenaline, so the bleed stacks are right, but the damage instances are wrong. Okay. Well, another one for you, Decapitate Axe Primal Burst breaks immobilization if you have Warrior Sprint trait equipped, even though it's not a movement skill. I will write it down, but that's not something I can test right this second in the Golem room, so I would hang on to that for a future video. Give me just a second. Okay, I've added it to the list. All right, back I had chicken for lunch. Congratulations, Devon. Muggy, you still use Windows 10? I think so. Maybe new classes on these specs on the way. That wouldn't be so much all at once. Maybe. Okay. I think that might be... Because, again, I don't want this video to be too long. I have done a video before where I was just like, here's 30 things. And I'm pretty sure it was too long, so the devs didn't watch it. So I think if there's any chance of getting them to watch this, it has to be bite-sized, just a couple of minutes long. And then if it works out, then, you know, maybe we do another video later on. I would be happy to do a series of this. Just like people can, you know, let me know about stuff now. Now, the thing is, they have a bug report for them, right? The problem that I think most players feel is I think they handle bugs in a way like triage. So for those who don't know, triage is like in a medical emergency. Like, let's say you've got some guy who's like, he's got a gash on his arm, but his life is not in danger. And so they're like, okay, they deal with the most injured people first. Like some guy comes in and he's got, you know, he needs life-saving medical care. They deal with that guy first. Guy with the arm is just waiting. Another emergency comes in. They deal with him. Guy with the arm is waiting. If emergencies keep happening, the doctors literally never get to the people that are lightly injured. That's triage, okay? Unless they have enough doctors. So there are bugs in the game that have been reported for years in some cases that they never get to. Because there's all, like, it might be reported, it might be on their list to do, but it's so far down the list in, like, you know, how important it is, they never get there. So, you know, and then what does that feel like? That makes players feel like, oh, they're not listening. I've reported this bug so many times for years, and they never fix it. They don't care. And it makes players feel bad. Like, I would love to see... Now, this requires a development team of a certain size, but if you had, like, one group of people working on most important bugs that are, like, you know, game-breaking, and another group of people, maybe a smaller group, working on bugs from oldest to newest, I think that's, like, the ideal way of handling something like this, but you have to have enough developers to be able to do that. Okay, I need a quick restroom break. Give me just a minute, chat, and then I'll be right back, and then we'll record this for the, the Nox box. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Is Chip nearby? He has not come in here since I started the stream. Yeah. Is full counter getting double the cooldown reduction from versatile power not an emergency? Huh? I don't know. I do not know. Make 30 pieces of 1-minute shorts. Old bugs are actually a hard problem. Without solid plus easy reproduction, it's hard to know if the bug still exists. Well, that's why I'm only including things I was able to reproduce myself. Okay, so next up, let's see, to finish this off, need to add some sugar onto this. I think it'd be helpful if your video attached links to the forums of a posted bug report with replication steps, etc. It makes it much easier for them to handle that way. I mean, I don't have that for all of these. Wait, what is this? Oh, that was the B thing that I did earlier. Whoop, that is the wrong. I've got so many Word documents open right now. There, this is the one. One bug per video has its points. Yeah, the thing is, if I just do one bug per video, then it's just like, I think it needs to be more than that. If it's just like a 30-second long video with one bug, then that's a lot of effort to edit that video just for that one thing. So I'll do them in like little chunks. But if it's not well received, then I'll just stop and I won't continue it, which has been the case with some series in the past. All right. Okay. Let's see. That's it for now. I want to finish by saying I used to work in QA, so I enjoyed testing these. No, hang on a sec. I'm thinking of phrasing here. I totally get how hard it can be to pin some of these down. I was submitted dozens and dozens of bugs that people told me about, but these are just ones for Warrior that I was able to easily reproduce myself. I actually got one funny submission that if I beat a centaur with the gun stock, the gun would go invisible, but was not able to replicate that one. So now I just have angry centaurs. There we go, there's a little joke. Think you missed the CS part? No, I do not. No, I do not. Mark is a fellow QA CS agent before you went full-time, sure. Yeah, I worked in tech support and was doing QA for them for a long time as well. Our boss didn't read any of it. The day I found out my boss didn't read my QA reports, because he assigned me to do this stuff, right? And there was one day we were having this like catastrophic thing that was like, you know, making 1 million phone calls come in and everyone was blah, 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 blah. And the next day it was fixed. And we had a meeting and the owner of the company, who was a very smart man, but, you know, sometimes did stupid stuff, as all humans do. And we basically called him, like, tier 4 tech support. Like, if it went all the way to him, he would have to deal with it and he would fix it. But he was like, yeah, I stayed up last night and I was looking over the code and I figured out what the problem was. And we're like, what is it? And he's like, so it turns out if you the MacGuffin and dingle the dongle dangle, this would break. And it turns out that's what was causing it. Luckily, I was up till 2 in the morning and I found it. And I was like, I reported that 3 weeks ago. And he's like, what? And dude, everyone was looking at me. But I was so pissed I didn't even care. I should not have been talking to him this way. And I was like, every day when I do the QA reports and I check these things, I submit them to you as you asked me to. And that has been on every single report for the last few weeks. Do you read those? And I just did this to the owner of the company in front of everyone. That was the day I realized that component of my job, it didn't freaking matter. Because he wasn't reading them. He assigned me to do QA, I guess just to be able to say he had QA testers, and he wasn't freaking reading them. I was just like, good freaking God. And that one got your slip. No, I didn't get my slip that day. He gave me a pass on that one. Then you were forced to become a YouTuber. Yep, that's all downhill for there. Dude, I was so upset. Like, that was honestly the day I got a different viewpoint of QA testers. Because, like, so much in game development, like, QA people are treated like trash. Because, like, oh, this game shipped with so many bugs, the QA team sucks. Maybe it's because the QA team did a good job, but the owner just didn't freaking listen. Like, I now know that that's also a possibility. Okay. So, let's see. Let's see now. Yeah, some of these. If this video is well received and I get other submissions that I can replicate, I would love to do more of these, respectfully. But we'll see how it goes from here. How to end. How to end. Happy bug squishing. Squashing. Squashing. Alright, that's probably fine. Alright, given what I know of programming, I always think when someone launches with bugs, good lord, if this made it pass, how bad was it when it didn't make it alive? I discovered something of a bug in a homestead when you equip glyphs to the quick chest. I got volatility ones on all three. Only got 30 volatile in the first two chests. I manually gathered mass last chest, so I got over 300. So, there is a thing... Okay, I currently know of 2 bugs with the homestead. Bug number 1 is if you manually gather the... not the logging or the mining, the gather. If you manually gather the crops, you will get more volatile magic than if you use the box. The second bug I know of is sometimes when you hit collect all, it misses some nodes. I would say on almost every day, it misses 1 or 2 things in my mine. But on the one specific day, which was like 2 days ago, it did collect all, and it harvested like 1 thing, and then I had to harvest everything else in the instance manually, and the collect all button was gone because I'd already used it that day. But I couldn't hit it again, and it did almost nothing. So that happened to me on a single time. Can you try testing disabling mounts and gliding for the party? It only disables it for myself in my own home instance. This video is not about home instance, but I tell you what, I will copy down what you just said onto a new section for home instances. Home instance. Okay. I haven't any nodes missed yet. Well, my mine has a ton of nodes because I've got every normal node, every Living World Season 3 and 4 node, and every holiday node in there. So it makes me wonder if maybe there's just too many. Haven't had any nodes missed yet. I don't think I've had it not collect all for the past few days. Like today I did it and it missed 1. I don't remember what it was, but it was in the mine. I had 1 get missed and I had to go get it manually. Okay. Alright, so let's do this. Let's see, game only, and let's pause the alerts and do the marker here. Okay. Alright. Hey, future Noxxi. Mukluk the Warrior here. This is a video on bugs. So, yeah. Alright, so, usual stuff. Here's the wave. Here's the talk. I'm gonna give you a few seconds of him from different camera angles. Mukluk here about to get hit with decades-old bug reports. If they could be replicated. I like having a project to work on. I've actually contacted some other content creators that I wanted to do collaborations with, but it's up to them if they want to do it. Like, for example, when I did the Get to the Point raid guide series, like, guys, that took me a year. That was 25 raid build videos, or raid guide videos. So I like having a long-term project that I could, like, any day that I don't know what to do, I could be like, oh, I can make the next episode of blah, blah, blah. Noxxi's streaming, they need to get to work. It's fine. Because of the time change, the time difference between us, Noxxi is usually working when I'm asleep, and then there's like a video waiting for me when I wake up. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's some talky animation. All right, I'm going to read the script. Okay, and Noxxi, all of these are in the footage for today's stream. This is a September 3rd morning stream. Okay. All right. Drink of water. YouTube mode. Hey gamers, Mukluk Douglas Bartholomew Reginald Esquire the Fourth here, and today I want to talk about bugs. Calm down, Goric. I love Guild Wars 2. It is, in my opinion, the most perfect MMO. However, it is not perfect in and of itself. It has bugs like any other games, and today I'd like to shine a spotlight on a few of them in the hopes that it may help get them fixed. I do this out of love for the game, and if we are fortunate enough to see these fixed, I will update the video's title in the future. Today's topic is The Warrior. So the main bug is that it exists. Delete this. Noxxi just cut to static for a second, like we just rewinded for a moment. Bug number 1. Gun, Saber, and Dragon Trigger are not listed in the skills menu of the training tab. For a long time, Celestial skills on Druid and Shroud skills on Necromancer were not here either, and it was a pain for new players to read these tooltips. That was eventually fixed, but these skills on Warrior are not here, and cannot be read easily when not in combat or without opening the wiki. Would love to see those listed here among the other weapons. 2. The visual effects on Bleedsworn's UI when they go into Weeb stance are off a... hold on a sec. When they go into Weeb stance are off a little bit. I know it is a small thing, but like a steering wheel in a pirate's belt buckle, it drives me nuts. The blinking notification lets you know that you need to press a Dragon Slash is slightly off. Much like the Untamed green overlay that was on their health bar not lined up for quite some time. The Untamed thing has been fixed, this still needs to be. I just realized all of these are off. Hang on a second. So that should be 4. That should be 5, 6, 7. Okay, alright. Number 3. The warrior skill Crack Shot reads thusly. Show the tooltip. It is a bit misleading in what it does. It says it enhances the one skill of various weapons, but also reduces the cooldowns by 20%. This is strange because most weapons one skill have nearly no cooldown. It is probably a remnant from when this skill used to reduce cooldowns of all skills on these weapons by 20%. So the text should probably be removed related to the cooldown reduction. Additionally, the cooldown reduction appears to still be applying to one single skill, Rifle 4. According to the wiki, in June 27th of 2023, this trait no longer reduces the cooldown of rifle, longbow, and harpoon gun skills, so this is probably a remnant of that. Number 4. Kick says it travels 300 distance. However, when I use another skill that moves 300 distance, I can connect with the target. But when I use Kick, which is supposedly a 300 range, it consistently stops just short of the target. I've replicated this many times and believe its range is closer to 250 to 275, and it needs to be checked. Number 5, Signet of Fury is instant cast, so it should not interrupt other skills, yet it does interrupt them and has an education? What the hell? Yet it does interrupt them and has an animation. So it does have a short unlisted cast time. Signet of Stamina recently had the same issue fixed, but Signet of Fury still needs the same treatment. Number 6, Longbow Burst triggers traits related to spending adrenaline even if it does not hit any targets. However, other weapon bursts do not trigger traits unless they hit a target. I'm not sure which one of the two is a bug, but it is inconsistent. Number 7, the Scorched Earth Longbow Primal Burst does not activate the Burst Precision Arms Grandmaster trait at all. Number 8, last one for this batch, Flurry, the Sword Burst skill, appears to have a lot of issues with its tooltips. At first it shows a half-second cast time with 9 hits doing 9 bleed stacks, but after you gain a bar of adrenaline it changes to a 2-second cast time, which is 4 times the previous tooltip, with 9 hits and 6 bleed stacks. Then with 2 adrenaline it drops down to a 1.75 second cast time with 10 hits and 7 bleed stacks. Then if you go full adrenaline, the cast time remains 1.75 seconds, but it drops from 10 hits down to 8, but gains a bleed stack going from 7 up to 8. I don't know if this is an issue with the skill in practice, or specifically the tooltips, or both, but there is definitely something weird going on here. The skill should not be getting weaker when you go from 2 adrenaline to 3. That's it for now. I want to finish by saying I used to work in QA, so I totally get how hard it can be to pin some of these down. I was submitted dozens and dozens of bugs that people told me about, but these are just the ones for Warrior that I was able to easily reproduce myself. I actually got one funny submission that if I beat a centaur with a gun stock, the gun would go invisible, but it was not able to replicate that, so now I just have angry centaurs. If this video is well received and I get other submissions that I can replicate, I would love to do more of these. Respectfully, but we'll see how it goes from here. Happy bug squashing! Alright, there we go. Okay, and once again, Noxxi, all the footage for all of this is in today's VOD, September 3rd, 2024, morning stream. Thanks, Nox. There we go. All right, there we go, chat. An experiment has been done. We will see if this helps the community or if I burn a bridge. We will see how it goes. All right. Have you checked all these skills in all game modes, though? The video is going to show me doing the skills in the test room, so it should be pretty clear that I'm showing them in PvE. Alright. Now I gotta put this guy back to where he lives, which is the Crystal Oasis treasure chest. I've gotta fly him back to his home. This way.
Cormir, lend me the strength to shield this place.
Cormir? My understanding of Cormir is that everybody freaking hates that guy. I didn't finish Guild Wars 1. I don't think ANET would be mad, to be honest. As you actually show, it might help to pinpoint them, find it better. I mean, I hope it's well received. Like, the dream would be they don't mind it, and some of the stuff gets fixed quickly, so people think that I have some power that I don't actually have, and so they send me more bugs, and I can make more videos. That's the dream. If you've seen the Nobody Likes You Cormir, I have seen that video, yes. That was something special. Cormir is a she, not a he. It's Bram with Toss. Okay. Wow. There we go. Back home in our lovely little house with Angry Jim. Awesome. All right, so productive day. We did a video on the alt parking location for Janthier. A video, well, we updated 3 low intensity build guides from pre-Janthier, and so they're up to date. And we recorded a new video on warrior bugs. Wow. Cormir has been a bane since Guild Wars 1. Literally does nothing in all of Nightfall. NPCs and prophecies are 1,000 times better than her. She's just chilling.
I didn't see you there.
Okay. Hold on, I got 1 bite left of my sandwich. Not entirely wrong. Gets blinded early, disappears 85% of Nightfall, and then pops in at the last second and steals our godhood.
Greetings.
So what you're saying is their writing was peak at that time. Do you think I'll ever go back and finish Guild Wars 1? I don't know. Would I be willing to? Yes. However, I've said this before. There's 2 requirements for whether or not I keep streaming something. 1, am I having fun? 2, am I getting are the viewers showing up? Right? If I am not having fun, I will move on. If I'm having fun but no one's watching, well, I can't pay my bills, so I move on. You know? So, if, when I was playing Guild Wars 1, I was like, it's okay. You know, I didn't love it, but it was fine. But also my view count went way down. Like, my community just didn't care about that. So, we cleared Prophecies and Eye of the North, and then I just stopped. So, is it possible I go back? Yeah, it's possible. But, you know, if there's anything else interesting, I'm going to do that first. Like, I just got gifted recently a copy of, No Man's Sky. So a bunch of people in the community want me to play that. Coming up soon is, Warhammer Space Marine 2. That's coming out soon. I'm very interested in that. I am pretty far. I'll probably finish Black Myth Wukong within the week. That has been a fantastic game, but we're pretty close to finishing that up. I think, was it Space Marine 2 is in like 6 days, I think? Warhammer Space Marine 2 release date. I think it's the 9th. Yeah, it's the 9th. Yeah, I could probably finish Wukong by then. At the very least, you should play through Nightfall, which is funny that you said that. That's the only expansion I've never played through. Granted, I played Factions, like, when I was younger, and I don't remember the story at all. Like, I know about the Jade Winden stuff because I've learned about it now, but from back when I played it, I don't remember it at all. I just remember blasting through the story, trying to unlock new skills for my characters with a Signet of Capture. So, and then recently, like in the last few years, I played Eye of the North and Prophecies, so the only one I've never played was Nightfall. I will say that when I got to the point where I had to design my own party, because like, okay, Guild Wars 1, you just control one character for most of the game, until you get to when they introduced heroes. And then you basically design every member of your like 8-man party. I realized that they did that because it had a dwindling player base and it allowed people to keep doing group content. I, however, didn't want to play a whole party. I'll play Dragon Age Origins if I want to control a whole party. Guild Wars 1, I didn't want to do that. So it was like suddenly I had like a Mesmer I didn't know how to play and an Elementalist I didn't know how to play, and I had all these party members, and I was just like, that was when I started losing interest. Like, that was actually when I began just not caring anymore, because I was like, suddenly I had to learn how to equip and design every other class in the game to continue playing. Hey Muck, what's the Blish add-on that used to indicate phases on the boss's health bars? Could you tell me why Harriers is better than Plague Doctor armor and heal a lax Scourge? Really appreciate it. Okay, hang on a sec. The boss's health bar, I think is HP grids. Give me just a minute, Hold on. Distance rings, event table, fishing buddy, events, HP grids. Displays grid over HP bar. I think it's that. I'm pretty sure it's HP grids. Why is Harriers better than Plague Doctor? Alright. Okay. What is this right now? Let's see. Givers. Alright. Harrier. Plague. Okay. Here they are side by side. Alright. Harriers has way more concentration. So, 1, do you have enough concentration to keep your boons up? If yes, then you don't need more. But if you don't, then this has more. 2, Harriers has way more healing power. So the heals and also the shields of a Scourge scale with healing power. So more healing power means bigger shields, bigger heals. Okay? And this has power. It doesn't matter. For a healing Scourge, who cares? This has vitality. Doesn't matter. For a healing Scourge, who cares? Condition damage, again, that's not their job. So the condition damage, vitality, and power we can ignore. It's like you will do some damage, but that's kind of like extra. That's not the main reason you're in the group. Your main reason as a heal Scourge is to keep the buffs up on everybody and keep them alive. And this is better for that than this is. Now, so you could say a normal group has 4 DPS and 1 healer. If you're running Plague Doctors, it's closer to saying like your group has 4.5 DPS and 0.5 of a healer. Like you've got a half, because like this is like a half healer, half damage dealer. Totally fine if your group is geared around that and they understand what they're getting. But for a pug, it might be, you know, not what they expect. For a Condi build, is Viper better than Trailblazer? Yes. Viper, I can show them side by side. Just a second. Okay. They have the same condition damage and expertise. Trailblazer has more toughness and vitality, so it's very popular for open world. This, instead of toughness and vitality, has precision and power. So this is damage, 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 and damage. This one is damage, damage, defense, defense. So for damage, this is better. For open world, where you might get punched in the face from time to time, Trailblazers is quite nice. Also, like World v World as well. But Vipers is essentially the Berserker for Condi. Berserker is all offense power. This is all offense conditions. Yeah. What if you're able to organize a group or guild or one from the community to help you through? I don't know that they would. I would be really slow because I like reading everything. So they might they might get sick of waiting on me. Would be cool seeing you play No Man's Sky and reading all the dialogue. The story's pretty cool. Also, it should have a new patch really soon. I feel like it's always getting a new patch. I feel like the dev is doing a really great job of that. And I did watch the, what was that video called that Internet Historian did? Like the in-goodening of No Man's Sky? That was a really interesting watch as well. On how it had like the terrible, terrible launch, and then they just kept adding more and more and more to fix it and recover their reputation. Atmug, isn't grieving technically more offensive for certain builds that only do specific Condi? Like Firebrand can run Smoldering and Balthazar and then use grieving? Hang on. Let me check it side by side. I can't... It's been so long since I did a build with grieving, I can't envision it in my head. Okay, same Condi. There's no expertise. So... Condi builds, your number 1 stat is condition damage, your number 2 stat is expertise, power and precision are just icing on the cake. So, yeah, there might be a specific situation where this is better. You're trading expertise for ferocity. So, I would say grieving, if more of your damage comes from power than it does from dots, then grieving would probably do more. But Vipers, if more of your damage comes from dots than it does power, then Vipers would do more. Unless, as you said, you can get that expertise somewhere else through, like, runes or sigils or something. Kind of think Condis benefit from relying on just 2 stats, whereas power does require 3. Yeah, but so it's a trade-off. So, yes, power uses power, precision, and ferocity. Condi uses Condi damage and expertise. That's only 2 stats as opposed to 3, which means Condi builds frequently can have more toughness or vitality on their armor. The trade-off? Time. A power build can end the threat that is threatening them much faster. The Condi build has to ramp up in most cases. The trade-off is safety. So, yeah, that's why thematically, a condition damage dealer should not be able to burst you down as fast as a power damage dealer, because the gear balance is designed around that not happening. How many Leggy runes and sigils do you need to have? You got 6 pieces of armor here, that's 6 runes. 7 if you want one for your rebreather also. For sigils, you need 2 for this weapon set and 2 for this weapon set. And if you care about underwater, 2 here and 2 here. So the characters that use the most sigils is 8. Your average character is 4. In rare cases, such as Engineer or Ellie, who cannot weapon swap in combat, you only need 2, if you don't care about water. Grieving is when a build does more strike damage versus Condi. Vipers only do a lot of damage through dots and but through strike. Exactly, yeah. There's also, like, for example, there are some builds, such as, like, Sharpening Stone on Ranger. Sharpened Edges is chance on crit to do another bleed. So that means Precision can give you some more dot damage. Necromancer has that also, and I think their Curses line, where Precision can be translated into more dot damage. So Viper having Precision on it is like, Condi damage is Condi damage, Expertise is more Condi damage, and then Precision is more Condi damage, and then Power is just like icing on the cake. You need 0. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously you don't have to have any, but I was answering them with the answer I think that they were looking for. Condi damage dealers shouldn't be able to burst you down. 28 confusion stacks of Invis Virtuoso laughing in the background. Look, Cap, I said it how I believe it should be, not what it is. Yeah. Like, I think if you use how the gear and, like, stats are designed in the game, then based on that, a power person is high risk, high reward. A Condi person is safer most of the time, and then it is like it wins the drawn out battle if they can stay away from the power person long enough. But that's not always how it works in practice. Okay, I think I've answered everything. All right, chat, you guys have been... Oh, hold on, we got one more. Do you have any recommendations for person looking to get into commanding or teaching people how to get started with raids? Yes, I do. All right, so this right here, Mew, Mr. or Mrs. Mew, this is the webpage I did for raid guides. The first video is an introduction to raiding. It's a few years old, but the main points of that video are still accurate. There is a link here for every single raid boss in the game. Any of these, you click on it, and it pulls up a video that's just like 1 to 3 minutes long and tells you everything you need to know for the fight, and you can just get in there and do it. I've had a really good response from pugs with these videos, and that should be more than enough for you to get in there with people that have never been there and get things done. Do you have a video on how to command in World v World? Where to attack, what to avoid, etc.? I would say I have a video on basics of World v World. I have done World v World commanding before, and it really just depends on, like, if you're facing an enemy force and you think you cannot win, go somewhere else. If you think you can win, just run at them, right? But it also depends on the location, you know? If you're trying to avoid them, you need scouts. You need a few people that have high mobility, like thieves, that are keeping an eye on them and notifying you, like, hey, they're heading north, okay, we need to go south. Hey, they're cutting south, okay, we're gonna go back north and try to go around them, you know? You need information. But it really comes down to, like, you know, are you looking to pick a fight, or are you looking to just flip camps? Like, what do you want to do? I can teach you basics of World v World, and I have a video on that, which I will link in the chat right now. But for advanced tactics, I am probably not the guy. I have led in there, I've had some success, I have had fun, I understand basics, but I'm not like a seasoned veteran World v World commander. There's probably other videos that can, like, if this is elementary school World v World, there's other people that can teach you high school World v World. How do you counter rogues in World v World? Stay with your team. It's really hard. A rogue, especially a Deadeye, can stay invisible forever and do stupid burst, and they have enough defensive cooldowns to last until you're dead. So if you are in there with a team of people, you stay with your group. That's it. If you're on your own and you get caught by them and you're forced into a 1v1, it's really difficult, because in World v World, anything's allowed. You can use crazy food buffs, you can use crazy, like, sharpening stones and stuff. You can use stat combinations, like celestial stats, or minstrels that are not allowed in PvP because they're considered to be too overpowered. Anything goes in World v World. So you can just take any advantage you can find. Do you have a specific way you like to have questions be phrased in order to stop them faster, like Muck, what is blank future, ending stream questionnaires? No, anything's fine. Anything's fine. I'm used to talking to people that, you know, maybe English isn't their second language and stuff like that. So I'm used to just sentence structure being completely out the window, and I don't mind it. It's, as long as I can understand what you're trying to ask me, it's totally fine. I've done raid trainings with a person commanding totally just sent us to watch the get to the point video. Nice. Monk my Harbinger, I'm trying out Diviners. What do you think? Harbinger. So Diviners is basically offensive damage and concentration for keeping a buff up. So I assume you're playing a quickness providing Harbinger. Okay, last time I played a Harbinger, I don't know that was necessary. I feel like they have enough concentration that they can be greedy and go full damage, and they can keep their boon up without having to do that. Because there are some boon providers that spit out so much quickness or alacrity, they don't even need concentration. And the rest of us are jealous of those people. I think that one, let me see. Because I had a video on that. Let me see if I can find it here. Just a minute. Hold on. YouTube is lagging for me right now. Okay. Harbinger. I tried quick DPS Harbinger. Okay. What build did I use in this? Let's see. Okay, here's the link to that. I'm opening that webpage up. Alright. So quick DPS Harbinger build that I last played was full Viper with Sigil of Earth and Torment on both weapon sets and Rune of Tormenting. So yeah, they basically spit out so much quickness that they didn't even need to wear gear for concentration because it just wasn't even necessary. So they could be greedy and just take more damage. Now, that doesn't mean you can't. If you're struggling to keep quickness up, you could throw a few pieces of concentration gear into what you're doing, but just know that for that specific build, it is not a requirement. Love your content. I have no idea how I have only discovered you recently and not much earlier. Going through so many of your vids right now, it's such a treat. Yo, I am thrilled to hear that. I'm thrilled to hear that. Target audience spotted. All right, chat, with that, you guys have been absolutely awesome. I got to get some stuff done at home, so I have to take my leave. As always, if you happen to be new, my name is Mukluk. I stream every single evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back in about 5 hours for the evening stream. I'll be back on Guild Wars 2 for the half of it. I'll do a giveaway tonight, and then I'll be probably working on finishing Black Myth Wukong after that. Hit the follow button on Twitch, like and subscribe if you're on YouTube. It really helps me out. Special thank you to our dear patrons. I couldn't do this without them. There's a link to that right there. And lastly, there are links to my 2 YouTube channels in the chat. If you'd like to see more of my content, I have 2 channels. There are links to those there. Be sure to check those out. With that, I am going to find someone else to raid on the Twitch side of things, just to show some support to another streamer. Who is live? Who is live? Who is live? Artio. Artio is awesome, but I raided him yesterday. Let's see. It is awesome. You know what? Hold on a sec. Oh, shoot. That's a German stream. I was totally about to raid someone because I saw them raid me the other day, but they're streaming in German right now, so most of us wouldn't understand them. Let's see. We'll get Fandrel. I'm going to be doing a collab with Fandrel in the near future, where he's doing like a game show. I'm probably going to embarrass myself. He's doing like a game show thing soon that I'm going to be on for like Guild Wars 2 trivia. So we'll drop in on him. So I'll see you guys on the other side. And again, I'll be back in 5 hours if you want to join me then. See ya!